Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome everybody today. I am really excited. You know, it's a great day because it's about education and learning and empowering what you do. It's about taking yourself to the next level. And I'm telling you, I'm going to let Joseph McClendon set up the day when I bring him up. But it's really exciting to have the kind of speakers that we have. And from the Los Angeles Tribune, myself, Mo Rock, Daniel Russo really running the board in the background. Ava, Manuel is our editor-in-chief, and she's just there watching to make sure that we get this the way it should. And people have put together the copy between Karen Hall and Mary Glorfield, who really brought this all together with all the speakers. And again, myself and Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, we're really excited to be here. And the great thing about today is make sure it's not going to go for 9 hours. Everybody got that? We literally going to go for 4 hours. So basically block yourself out right now, because you're talking, and again, Joseph will tell it more, but you're talking Jim Kwik and Malcolm-Jamal Warner and Rebecca Granger from, Chairman of Johns Hopkins and MJ Dama from Microsoft, and a panel of just specialists and guests who are going to bring you information that you can use today, that you can write it down. So a couple of things. First of all, what I'd like you to do, this is called a frame, everybody. I'd like you to get into that mindset of, I'm going to learn, but I'm going to take away one thing today. What is one thing today that I can take away and really move forward and do with my life? We're also going to give you, Joseph's going to give you a special gift. So get ready for a gift, get ready to write it down. We'll be posting it. And that's just the way we play, because it's time. It's always a good time for a gift. It's always good time to get something that you can use. And that's critically important. The other thing too that I think is important is make sure that you get a glass of water, start out really well, have a pen and paper, right? When I say that, there are people like pen and paper. Yes, pen and paper, a computer, whatever it is, take notes, because those learnings are going to come really fast today. And they're going to be there for you for a long time. And also, just a little hint for those of you who also are in all the countries that we basically broadcast out to, we're going to be bringing this back to you in different languages. And we're really excited by that. So watch out for the rebroadcasts in February and in May. And we'll be continuing to do that because our audience is worldwide. And we know at the last thing we did, there were 50 countries covered. 50 countries covered. And we want to make sure that we don't leave anybody out, because it's really about you. It's about the Los Angeles Tribune with its world message. We're going to have shows in Japan, by the way. We're having shows in Australia. We've been asked to come to Vietnam. We're going to come over to Europe. And it's not just virtual. We've been asked to be live. So I'm going to be in February in Japan speaking live. Why? Because it's bringing the message out. It's making a difference in the world. I do this for my grandkids. It's legacy time for all of us. It's changing the planet, and it's really exciting to be here today. But you know what? It's not about me. It's not even about the Tribune. Today is a day with Joseph McClendon III. A day is the day where he said, I'm going to bring you the best of the best on the planet, because it's time to make a difference. It's time to make a change. And we have way too much fun as we do this, right? It's going to be fun today. So we're going to talk to all of you. So the one thing I want you to know before I bring them up is it's interactive. I see the comments pouring in already. I'm looking at the comment board. That is fantastic. I love it. I love when the comment board does what it needs to do in so many ways. So without any further ado, this next gentleman I'm about to bring up has spoken in front of 6 million people. I can tell you I haven't. 6 million people live. That means actually bodies in a room. That means actually breathing entities. And there's very few people on the planet who've ever done that, which has given him a different perspective of how things are done. And his training as a trainer, his training as an expert in leadership is unmatched. Without any further ado, I'm going to give it up to Mr. Joseph McClendon III.
Thank you so much, Michael. And, all that you just said there about, preparing us for this, everything is really going to hit home in just a moment. So thank you so much. And I'm so honored to be partnering with the Tribune and where we're going forward with this. And so I want to start off by saying hello, everybody, wherever you are, whatever time it is, whatever time of the year it is, you might be watching this later. I welcome you. And I also want to say that I thank you in advance for your time, for your trust, for your interest, and for your willingness to do something, not just for yourself, but for other people as well. You'll understand that here in just a little bit. And for those of you that I know, hello again. And if I don't know you, I look forward to seeing you and meeting you at some time. And I'll share with you a little bit about myself here in just a moment. But before we do, I want to kind of reiterate some of the things that Michael said. And I want to make sure that this is not just a day of just listening to Joseph or just listening to some speakers and just getting some knowledge and writing some stuff down and going, oh, I learned that. That is great. This is a day about doing what that sign says behind me, and that is going further, faster. And the way that we do that is through interaction. As you know, and you're going to find out as we go on, if you interact with something, you retain much, much more of it, up to 80 to 90% of it. So let's start right here. There's 4 things I'm going to ask you to do in order to get the most out of these next few hours that we have together. Because I promise you, I'm going to give 1,000% of what I have here. And I know you want that much as well. And so the first thing is just to have fun today. Michael said it earlier, have fun. And having fun is not just so that we're having a good time. We learn more. We learn more when we're having fun. So if you're willing to have fun, all I want you to do, and we're going to test it out right now, is just type a 1 in the chat. Now, there's a method to my madness and everything that I do, but because again, I want to make sure that you not just walk away with here with just some knowledge, but you walk away with something that you're going to use that's going to change your life. And if you stay throughout the day, you're going to get a change today. So type a 1. There you go. Perfect. Number 2 is to have an open mind. And what that means is you may not agree with everything that I say or my amazing guests are going to say today, but I want you to try it on, because all of us have had times in our lives when we've heard something and we went, nah, I don't think so. And we wish we would have learned later. So type a 1 if you're willing to have an open mind. And then number 3 is just to play full out. And that means to do what we're doing here today. You want to stay the whole day. I say the day, it's only a few hours. Entire time, but in just as I'm doing right now, play full out, type a 1 or say yes or do whatever it is, because I want to get your body involved in it, because that, as you move your body, as you use your body, that is going to cement it into your nervous system, and you're more likely to do it later. And the last thing is this, and that is that anybody that's ever been successful at anything, whatever success means for you, anybody that's ever been successful at anything, walking, talking, riding a bicycle, driving a car, learning a skill or whatever, they've always had a coach or a mentor or somebody that they've allowed that coach and or mentor to push them beyond what is comfortable. And what that means is that if you stay in your comfort zone, you've heard this stuff before, if you stay in your comfort zone, you're not going to grow. But if you allow somebody to push you beyond comfort, and then that's when you're going to grow. And I know that's why you showed up here today. And so if you're willing to have fun, play full out, have an open mind, and allow me, my guests, and everybody that shows up here to push you beyond what's comfortable, you know what to do. Just type a 1. Now, by the way, if you're not typing a 1 and you're sitting back there going like this, then this is where you start, is step outside your comfort zone, because it might be uncomfortable. You might be having these questions or so on and so forth. So great. So I'll share with you a little bit about myself and what we're going to be doing here today. And I'm going to share this with you, not to brag or to boast, but to let you know a couple things. Number 1, I don't teach theory. And what that means is I don't teach something that I don't do myself and haven't gotten results myself. But more importantly, that I've had the privilege of coaching and teaching other people to do as well. And I'll start off by saying what brought me to be able to do what I do right now, where I am right now, is as you're going to hear from pretty much everybody here today, and it's the same with you. We've all gone through adversity, and it's that uncomfortable that makes us grow. And mine came from, and what started me on this path of doing what I do now is when I was 17 and a half years old, 3 grown men tried to take my life because of the color of my skin. And it wasn't just what they did to me, it's what they said to me as well, that destroyed my confidence, destroyed my self-esteem, destroyed everything, my self-worth. And I became homeless. I wound up living in a cardboard box behind an old drive-in theater in a place called Lancaster, California. And what changed my life was somebody that I didn't know gave me a book. And the book was called Think and Grow Rich. As a matter of fact, if you've read the book, type a 1. And I always say this, if you've read the book, did you do what the book said? Most people not. Most people read the book and it was a great book, or they didn't read it, they got it with the best of intentions. Well, I did the book and it changed my life. And when I went back to the gentleman that gave me the book, and I expressed to him, this has changed me, this has helped me, because he didn't know me and he didn't have to do this. I said, how do I repay you? And what he said to me was, he goes, Joseph, you repay me by doing the same thing that I've done for you for the rest of your life. And so that's why I'm doing what I do here now. And the only thing that I ask you, and the only thing that the Tribune asks you, is that you get the best for you. You become as successful as you need to be, as healthy, as happy as you need to be, as you want to be, but then be that example for other people as well and spread it out there. And so having said that, my background is I'm a psychologist. I'm what's called a a practical psychologist. I gave that title myself. And what that means is I had a practice in Los Angeles where I helped people for many, many years get over fears and phobias and emotional challenges. And I love doing that. But I'm a bit unorthodox, as you may have imagined. And that is that I always kind of breaking it down to I'm going to get results in a short amount of time. I'm a neuropsychologist, and that means I get to use all of your senses to work with. And so if you come into my office and you got a fear of dogs, take a guess what's going to be in my office. There's going to be a dog. And the reason being is because we're going to experience it, we're going to do something about it, we're going to change it. In a very short amount of time, you're going to be holding that dog. What does that have to do with today? Now, by the way, I'm sitting down, but I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stay sitting down because I get excited and I get moving around. What does it have to do with today? What that is to do with today is that was, I love doing that, but I started to recognize that it's not therapy that people need or want to go further faster. What they want and need is to learn how we function as human beings, what stops us from getting what we want, what makes us go get what we want, and all those things, and embed it in our nervous system so it becomes automatic. So from there, I became what's known as an ultimate performance specialist. I had the privilege of coaching and mentoring Academy Award-winning movie stars, one of which you're going to meet today, Grammy winners, the Grammy winner you'll meet today, Academy Award-winning movie stars, Grammy winners, major sports figures, millionaires and billionaires and everything in between. And as Michael said, I've had the privilege over the last 4 decades of speaking in front of and presenting to close to maybe over 6 million people by now. And again, I say that not to brag or to boast, but to share with you what is possible. And so the underlying of everything that I'm talking about here, that we're going to talk about here today, is not knowledge. Knowledge is not power. Everybody has one of these, a cell phone. It's full of knowledge, but on its own, it's a paperweight if you don't do something with it. But the challenge is, and remember what I said, I might make you feel uncomfortable for a little bit, and I want to, so it's just like the dog in the room. I want to so that you'll recognize that, okay, there's something that I need to change or I'm going to change. Because my guess is you showed up here on this call, on this presentation here today, and you're willing to put your time and your effort, your energy in it, no matter where you are, because you want more. And so I'm going to tell you what you want. And when I first say it, you're going to go, I don't know, Joseph. But when I tell you what it is, you're going to go, yep, that's what it is. Because it's important to know what we want. And this is where I want to start here today. I want this to be the theme through the whole day of you getting what you want. It's not a selfish thing. You showed up here today at whatever time of year it is, whatever it is, you gave up your time because you want more. You want more for you. And I know that you're going to use it to help other people as well. Michael said it earlier, and that is we're going to make a difference in the world. That's why we're here. That's our legacy. That's your legacy as well. It's to make a difference. So it's beyond just you having a bunch of money or having a great body or that kind of thing. It's beyond that. You get to do something for other people as well. As a matter of fact, type of 1, if that excites you, if you get joy by helping other people as well. Yeah, that's what I thought. Perfect. Okay, so having said that, I want to let you know that there are a couple things. And by the way, some of my guests here, some of my friends here are going to be here today. People that are going to that have not just got success, but they want to share with you as well. People like Malcolm-Jamal Warner. If you don't know who he is, you have never watched television. Jim Kwik, if you don't know who he is, you have never been on the internet. And Dr. Rebecca and MJ. And these people are not here just to tell you their story and things like that, but to give you real, concrete, tangible things to, wait for it, do, so that you get results. And so that's the same with me as well. It's not about just knowing stuff. So having said all of that, here's what I want to do. I'm going to kind of, I said we're going to start there. I'm going to start here now. I'm going to share with you in these just few minutes that we have, and then I get to bring up my very, very first guest, and you're going to be blown away by this unbelievable man. I want to tell you that there's only 10 things that stop you from getting what you want. But I want you to write this down first. Knowing what I want is the first step to getting it. Write that down. And Michael said this earlier, and he said that some of you go, a pen and paper, what the heck is that? And it's okay to type it, but I actually, if you have something to write with, I want you to write, because my saying is what you write is what you invite. The actual physical effort of writing something down actually does something to your nervous system. Makes you not only remember it, it makes you believe it as well. So write that down. Now, What you want, most people don't know. Matter of fact, when you ask most people what they want, they go, well, I want to make more money. I want to, lose weight. I want to have a better relationship. And they make it up there on the spot. And so I'm going to give you some clarity right now of what you want. Now, listen to first when I say this. You want to be wealthy. That's why you showed up here. Now, when I said that word, some of you, matter of fact, type of 1, if when I said that, you went, no, that's not it. It's not the money. It's that. And you had maybe not a super positive reaction to it. Type of 1. Yeah, a lot of people. The reason being is because you don't know what I mean when I say wealthy. Now watch this, because this is where you're going to go, yep, that's it. Here's what wealthy means, and I want you to write this down. What I want is to be wealthy. Wealthy equals, watch this, healthy, happy, and financially abundant. Now, type of 1 if that's what you want. Now, I know that's vague and there's all kinds of subsets to that, but if you were to say, if I was to say to you, hey, do you want to be healthy, happier, and financially abundant? You're going to go, well, absolutely. And that pretty much covers everything in your life. And so that's what we're after. So having said that, and again, I want to make sure I stay on time with you because we've got just an unbelievable lineup for you. Having said that, and you don't have to write this down because you're going to be able to play this later, but I want you to type a 1 because there's only 10 things that stop you. That's it. And there's 3 things that help you go further faster. I'm going to give you what those 10 things are. And then when I come back, I'm going to give you what those 3 things are. And we're going to take it further. Here's what they are. And all I want you to do is type a 1 whenever I say one of these things and that makes you go, yep, that's me. Either in the past or even now. Watch this. I call these the toxic 10. And by the way, before I tell you what they are, I want you to know that I'm all about, and that's what we're going to do with this accelerated leadership. Myself and Michael, that we're going to do, this whole thing is ongoing. And he said, I'm going to give you a gift as well, because I want to make sure that you take even just a little bit of time every day or every week or something that helps you go further faster. Okay. So here's the 10 things. Remember, type of 1, as soon as I hit 1 that you go, that's me. Yeah. Or that has stopped me in the past before. Here we go. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection. Yeah, everybody. If you're human, you're doing that. And so you got to know, you got to think to yourself, well, gosh, if I could mitigate that, if I could squash those and replace it with something else, my life would go further faster. And that's the name of the game. And most people don't have a clue how to do that. As a matter of fact, most people, when those things show up in our lives, that's fear. And when they show up in our lives, we distract or we go off and do something else. You know, drinking alcohol or smoking weed or watching television or scrolling on our phone or doing anything else that makes us more comfortable, because that's what our nervous system is designed to do, is to get away from pain and move towards pleasure and to move towards something that's comfortable. So when we're procrastinating, nobody feels good when we're procrastinating, but we believe that we're going to do it tomorrow. And that makes us feel better. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. That takes us out of the pain. Nobody feels good when we're criticizing ourselves. Nobody feels good when we're hesitating. We're doing things like that. So what do? We distract and we get out of it. But type of 1, if you would love to have a method, a process that you could use that would not only take you out of it in that moment, but would condition you so that when it shows up later in another time, because it will, that you automatically default to your best. Yeah, everybody. That's an unbelievable skill. And that is something called Neuro Encoding. And Michael and I are going to talk more about that as we go on. And you're going to listen. Michael is one of the most amazing human beings with regard to not only knowing what he does and knowing what he knows, but teaching other people as well in terms of leadership, in terms of helping people get what they want. We've got so many wonderful things for you coming up. And so that is going to be ongoing. We've got gifts for you. We've got things that we're going to do for you as well. Not just for you, but for you to do for yourself. And so having said that, having said all of that, all of those things, those 10 things that stop us, our whole outcome in all that we do is to help mitigate those fears. But understand this. There are no fearless people. None. Everybody experiences fear. And I think maybe my first guest, Jim Kwik, is going to talk a little bit about that as well. And that is that fear is designed And understand this, because fear comes up in those toxic 10. It doesn't have to be, something that's raging fear, but something that's uncomfortable. But fear is just designed to make you pay attention and to do something about it. But there are no fearless people, but there are people who fear less. And what that means is that when fear shows up, they default to optimism. They default to other options. Optimism doesn't just mean every glass has a silver, or every cloud has a silver lining and every glass is half full. Optimism means you have more options. You're out of your sympathetic nervous system, which is fight or flight. And you only have two choices there. But when you are able to default and go, okay, wait a minute, that's all this is, let me step up, then you got more options. So type of 1, if this makes sense. Absolutely. So listen, I'm so excited. And all I want you to do, make sure you pay attention, stay around, take notes, put yourself and do whatever myself or any of my amazing guests are going to be doing. And this is the kickoff. This is the beginning, because we want to make sure that you do. I keep pointing to the other side, but it's over here. Go further, faster. Last thing I want you to do is type a 1 if you want what you want sooner rather than later. Yeah, remember that. That's called further, faster. That's what we're all about. Your health, your happiness, your financial abundance. So we're going to take a short break here, and then I get to bring up an amazing guy. I'll tell you about him when I come back. But his name is Jim Kwik, and Jim is the most premier expert on how we think, because that's where it all starts first. So we're going to go away to commercial here right now. Stay where you are, or as Michael said, maybe grab a glass of water or whatever. We're going to be right back, and I'll be right back with my first guest. I love you, and I'll see you in just a few moments.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back. Listen, strap in. And the reason I say that is, when I was a kid, my mom used to always say, son, you are special, just like everybody else. And what she meant by that, and I really believe that as well, is that all of us have something special about us. All of us are really good at something. All of us excel at something. And I believe that we can all learn from everybody. And speaking of special, then there's this guy, Jim Kwik. Now, Jim is arguably one of the world's most renowned specialists and experts on brain health and how our brain works and how to use that information to get the very best out of ourselves. But the best part about it is Jim has earned these accolades and that level of success the old-fashioned way. And that is by helping other people. So it is my pleasure and my joy to introduce you, or probably reintroduce you to this man, because if you look up the brain in Google, I'm sure there's going to be his name. So welcome. This is Jim Kwik. Jim, welcome.
So good to be here with you, Joseph. Thank you, everyone who's tuning in to this brainy conversation.
It is, isn't it? Well, listen, so good to see you again. You and I met a couple of decades ago.
Yeah.
And I have watched you soar through time. And I want to start things off. Let's handle that elephant in the room. You're wearing glasses because, as you shared with me yesterday, what happened to you?
Oh, I as part of my brain training, I do. It's important to move, right? Movement is key. The number one reason we have a brain is to control our movement. And as your body moves, your brain grooves. So in my morning routine, I do some martial arts. And the other day I got scraped in the eye when I was sparring. And so I'm wearing these biohacking glasses that some people have seen before, just as more of a vanity. So you don't see my eyes kind of a little bloodshot. But it's really good to be here with everybody.
You as well. And I was thinking about this when you told me that yesterday, is that here you've got this beautiful, special brain and you put it in danger of getting hit in the head. But anyway, I want to jump into things. First off, tell us a little bit about, just a little bit about your journey. And I know, here's the great part about it, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jim is actually one of the greatest parts about him. He makes things not just simple, but makes it so that anybody can understand. But he also gives usable, tangible things so we can get a result. And I know he's going to share some of that as well. But share with us a little bit, just kind of how you got to where you are, what made you so interested in how we function in terms of our brain.
Yeah, I really want to turn this into a masterclass in two subject matters that I write about is and research and coach is brain optimization and accelerated learning. Your ability to learn rapidly, I feel like, is one of the most important skills to develop today. Your ability to focus, your ability to think, solve problems, to be able to read faster, improve your memory. It will give you a great mental advantage in your career, in your life. You know, because every day we're sprinting to catch up, new technology, new ideas, new people, fast changes, endless updates. It happens in our business, in our industry, even in our daily personal life. And if anyone's listening, maybe they feel a little overwhelmed by the growing data clutter. You know, they're stressed out by all the knowledge that you must absorb and process and read and remember. And how do you stay on top of it all? A lot of people go out there and buy books and they sit on people's shelves unread.
Yeah.
And it becomes shelf help, not self-help.
Yeah.
So I want to help people with the overload. I want to help them be able to focus in a world full of distractions. I want them to have a better memory so they're not as forgetful and lose time and credibility and make mistakes. And when people, I know you and I, for decades, we go on these stages, and if there's time, I'll do these demonstrations where I'll pass around a microphone in an audience and have people introduce themselves. And then I'll memorize and recall 50, 60, 100 people's names. And I always tell people,
if you haven't seen that, it is remarkable. All of us sit there going,
an important skill, but I always tell people I don't do this to impress people. I just really express, what's really possible, because the truth is every single person who's joined us right now, you could do that too, regardless of your age or stage in life, regardless of your career, education level, your history, your IQ. We all can. We just weren't taught. School is a great place to learn what to learn: math, history, science, Spanish, but there's not a lot of classes on how to learn. There's no class called focus or flow or problem solving or speed reading or memory improvement, right? And I know it's possible, to answer your question, because I grew up with severe learning disabilities. When I was 5 years old, I was in kindergarten class and I had an unfortunate accident. I had a traumatic brain injury. I was rushed to the hospital covered in blood. And when I woke up, I was different. My parents before said I was very energized, very curious, very playful, but I really shut down. And where it really showed up was in school. I had these processing issues. I would poor focus, poor memory. I would have migraines every day when I was 5, 6 years old. Took me 3 years longer to learn how to read. And that was very frustrating and really took a toll on my self-esteem, my self-confidence. I had a lot of doubt. When I was 9 years old, I remember I was slowing down the class because the teacher would have to repeat herself over and over again. I was being teased pretty harshly by the other kids. And the teacher came to my defense. She pointed to me from the whole room and said, "Leave that kid alone. That's the boy with the broken brain." And, she was all the good intentions, I'm sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But all I walked away with was like, oh, I'm broken.
Brain. Right.
And adults have to be very careful of their external words because they often become a child's internal words. So every single time I did badly in school, I would say, oh, because I have the broken brain. And that became my self-talk, my belief systems. And so
and your identity.
Yeah, big time. That label became my limit, if you will. And I struggled all through school, elementary school, middle school, junior high, high school. I would work hard, come from immigrant parents, it's just, but I would work 2 or 3 times harder, but I would still be barely passing my classes. And, eventually when I was 18, I found a mentor and got turned on and to the power of the mind. I started really studying the mind, the brain, adult learning theory, ancient mnemonics. I wanted to find out, how did people remember before there was technology, before there was a printing press, how would people remember important ideas, information to better their lives? And light switch flipped on after about 2 months of studying this, and I couldn't help but help other people. And one of my very first students I started to tutor, she was a college freshman. She read 30 books in 30 days.
Wow.
And they were all books. And I want to find out not how. I taught her how, but I want to know why. What was her motivation? And I found out her mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer, was only given a couple months to live. And the books she was reading were books to save her mom's life.
Oh, right.
And, I said prayers, good luck. 6 months later, I get a call from this young lady, and she's crying profusely. And when she stops, I found out they're tears of joy that her mother not only survived, but is really getting better. The doctors don't know how or why. But her mother attributed 100% to the great advice she got from her daughter, who learned it from all those books. And in that moment, I realized, Joseph, two things: that if knowledge is power, learning is our superpower.
Ooh, I love it.
We all have that superpower. And the other thing I discovered at that moment was my dharma in life, my mission. Growing up as the boy with the broken brain, being a slow learner, I wanted to build better, brighter brains. No brain left behind. I want to show people that they can learn and they have genius inside of them. And, that's what we do with our podcasts, with our books, with our conferences, with the work that we do. And so, very excited to be here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And for everybody listening, the reason why I wanted him to share that with you is this. Look, 99 and 9/10% of the people on the planet never go through TBI, traumatic brain injury. And so wherever you are, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your age, your race, your gender. It doesn't matter where you are. You start right now. And here's a man that can share things with you, obviously, because he's done it himself. I always say that, we don't teach theory around here. We don't teach something that we haven't experienced ourselves. And more importantly, and especially in Jim's case, that we haven't shared and taught other people to do as well. So wherever you're starting, wherever you are right now, that's where you start. No matter what has happened to you, no matter what your history is, no matter what's going on, that's where you start right now. So Jim, if you would, I'd really love to just turn it over to you and share with us maybe some insights on how to, I love that sign behind you, limitless, and, the things about unleashing your full potential and that kind of thing. Share with us a little bit about maybe what we can do with what we have to make a big difference in our
Perfect.
lives.
Well, thank you, Joseph. We'll turn this into a little masterclass. I encourage everyone to take out a notebook. Everyone knows there's a learning curve, but there's also a forgetting curve.
Oh.
When you hear something on a podcast, you read it in a book, you hear it at a lecture, within 48 hours, we forget on average 80% of it. So I encourage people to take some notes. I want to start with an idea here, like a little metaphor. The theme of this event is around transformation, right? Unleashing your full potential. This is a transformational experience with Joseph and his amazing friends. I want to show people how to unlock and unleash more of their brain's potential. Your brain is your number one wealth building asset. It's not like it was thousands of years ago where our value in society was our brute strength. Today, it's our brain strength. It's no longer our muscle power. Today, it's our mind power. And again, the faster you can learn, the faster you could earn. Because today, knowledge is not only power, knowledge is profit. Right. The faster you can learn, the more you can learn, the more you can earn, really, because there's not only a divide of those who have and those who have not. There's a divide between those who know things and those who don't know things. And those who know things can make better choices, better decisions. There's a quote in my book, Limitless, which is all about upgrading your brain, learning anything faster to unlock your exceptional life. It's life is the letter C, and please everyone write this down. Life is the letter C between the letters B and D. Life is C between B and D. What does B stand for? B stands for birth. D stands for death. Life C, choice. Our lives are the sum total of all the choices we've made up to this point. And these difficult times, I believe they could diminish you. These difficult times, they could distract you, or these difficult times, they could develop you. We ultimately decide. And so I want to give some decisions, some recommendations, science-based, out of psychology and neuroscience. I love how you say, you're practical, a psychologist, and you want rapid results, and that's what in that spirit I want to give people the same ideas that they can immediately implement to make their lives better and make real transformation. Now, when I think about the word transformation, I think about like the metaphor of a butterfly, right? Because while the beauty is in the butterfly, the growth happens in the cocoon. And sometimes we feel like we're cocooning. Some people listening might be feeling that they were alone. I mean, certainly during the pandemic, you're alone with your thoughts, your fears, your doubts. You might be feeling alone, which is loneliness is a mental health challenge on the rise. And part of the stress comes clinging to a world that was rather than progressing and continuing the cycle to become that butterfly. And so if anyone right now is struggling with a decision or a dilemma, maybe just it's not what you need to do. Maybe most of us, when we're faced with the challenge, we say, what do I need to do? Or what do I need to say? And I would suggest maybe we take a step back, and before you ask yourself, what do I need to do in this situation? Ask yourself, who do I need to be? Who do I need to be? Let's say you're having a spirited debate with a family member and you're thinking about, what do I need to do to make this better? What do I need to say? But maybe you could say, okay, who do I need to be? I need to be loving. I need to be compassionate. And then the doing and the saying happens naturally, right? And so there are decisions you can make. And I want to give people 6 C's to start out with, and then I'll go into the brain optimization and learning faster. 6 C's, and I like to alliterate so they're more easily memorable, but 6 C's to help you really win each and every day. And the first one is clarity. We know clarity has a lot of power behind it. A lot of people are just busy, and the challenge is they're so busy they don't know if they're going the right direction. So the goal is not just to be busy and go fast nowhere, right? And for clarity, it really is what's most important to you. What's most important to you in life, what's most important to you in your career, what's most important to you in your relationships. I always think that it's not so much time management, but more mind management. It's about priority management. And the most important thing is to keep the most important things the most important things. The most important thing is to keep the most important things the most important things. And that's where clarity starts. The second C that maybe we can lean into more is care. I just want to remind everyone that self-care is not selfish, that you have permission to rest. You are not responsible for fixing everything that is broken. You do not have to try and make everyone happy. You are the greatest project you're ever going to get to work on. So take time, make time to create magic. Right? And we could talk about some of the things you could do to care for your brain, some routines, simple things you could do to elevate your brain health and your brain's performance. The third C that would be very to be able to cultivate is contribution. Do you know, like, chronic stress will shrink the human brain? When you're in fight or flight, it kind of holds you hostage in your survival mode and doesn't allow you access to your thinking, your problem solving, your better decision making. And so I feel like an antidote to that stress or fear is not only self-care, but the third thing is contribution, being in service of those who need it more than ever. Put your focus on them. Even I get butterflies still speaking on stages for 33 years, but once I focus on the contribution, I focus on the audience and the impact these ideas can make, and the fear dissipates. And so chronic fear also could actually affect your immune system, right? Make you more susceptible to colds, to flus, to viruses. I think contribution is a big antidote. 4 C's, you have clarity, care, contribution, is creativity. I believe the future belongs to the creators. The future belongs to the creators. And, everybody has a to-do list. I suggest adding to that, like, what's on your to create list. Maybe you want to create a relationship, you want to create a business, you want to write a book or a song or something. But I feel like sometimes we feel burnt out, not because we're doing too much. And I know burnout and exhaustion is a real thing, and that a lot of people here, in the chat, everyone might be struggling with, who feels burnt out, who feels a little bit more exhausted. But sometimes we're burnt out not because we're doing too much. Sometimes we're burnt out because we're doing too little of the things that light us up, too little of the things that make us come alive. And I feel like that's something that creatives, when you're in that, for me, there's a difference between passion and purpose. You know, we hear those words used interchangeably, and some people are thinking like, I haven't found my passion, I haven't found my purpose. You know, I don't think it's so much discovering it as it is developing it. And for me, passion is what lights you up, what makes
Yes.
you alive. And there could be many different things that light you up. And so it's not regulated to just one thing. So like learning is my passion, and it wasn't always, because I struggled with it. But I think purpose is how you use your passion to light someone else up. So if passion is what lights you up, purpose is how you use your passion to light somebody else up. So if music is your passion, you know, performing that music is your purpose because it lights other people up, you know, being able to experiencing it. For me, learning is my passion. Teaching people how to learn is my purpose. And so, but leaning into this, how can you be more creative? And then finally, the last two C's that I just want to offer everybody for the distinctions, capabilities. You know, I believe that whatever goal you have in the clarity step, the things you want to be, do, have, share with the world, there are a set of skills that will get you there better, faster, easier. And I lean into the skill of meta learning. Meta learning is the art and science of learning how to learn. Because imagine there was a genie, and let's just a little thought experiment that I was having with myself. If there was a genie could grant you any one wish, what would all of you wish for? You would all ask for more wishes, right? You'd ask for thousands of wishes or limitless wishes. Well, if I was your learning genie and I could help you become an expert or a master at any one subject or any one skill, what would you ask for? Would it be medicine? Would it be marketing? And I would say the lead domino, the one you hit first that knocks all the other ones over, is learning how to learn. Because if you can become an expert at learning, be able to focus, get in flow, be able to remember, read, understand, think, what can you apply that to? Everything in your life: medicine, money, marketing, management, Mandarin, music, martial arts. Everything gets easier when you can learn how to learn.
I got to stop you for a second. Did you do that on purpose? All of those are M's: medicine, marketing, music. Go on. This is brilliant.
You're on to me, Joseph. Yeah, it's just these mnemonics help people to, you know, if they're not taking notes, helps them to have an anchor in there. But yeah, I believe our ability to learn, unlearn, relearn is the most important skill to develop. And we, you know, that's what we dedicated our work to, because it's been my experience that regardless of age or stage or background, everybody can learn how to learn better. And then the last C I'll give you to come out of this cocoon as that butterfly, you know, even stronger, is develop community, right? I get this question, since my book is called Limitless: how do you become limitless in a limited world? And my answer would be, we do it together, right? You know, I believe that strong connections with individuals is really your key advantage. It's not just your neurological networks, it's your social networks, that who you spend time with is who you become. And part of it is doing an audit of the people you're spending time with. They say we're the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with. And the science behind it is, in our nervous system, we have something called mirror neurons, like the reflection that you look at in the bathroom. And it's what creates empathy. It's our imitation cells. And so we tend to imitate the people we spend the most time with. And I always tell people, here's another acronym: WATCH, WATCH. What are we imitating? W, words. We use the same language as the people we spend the most time with, right? And you know, with your work, that words have meaning, very specific meanings that have feelings associated to them. The A in WATCH stands for actions. We tend to model and imitate the behaviors of the people we spend the most time with. So if all our friends work out, we're more likely to work out, right? The T in WATCH stands for thoughts. We tend to think the same way as the people we spend the most time with, see the world the same way as the people we spend the most time with. And then finally, the C and the H in WATCH: the C is our character. we tend to imitate or have the same standards, the moral impetus as the people we spend time with, right? I saw this recently, a quote, I don't know who to attribute it to, but it said, integrity is measured by the distance between someone's lips and their life.
Oh.
And I really think it's so important to practice what we post.
Ooh.
Practice what we post online. And so, but that's character. And finally, the H in watch are our habits. I have a firm belief that first we create our habits and then our habits create us. You create your habits of mindfulness, meditation, eating the best brain foods, prioritizing your sleep, moving and exercising each day, reading, each day. And those habits create you back. And so that's why community is so very important, and selecting, as you talk about, like who's your peer group. Mm-hmm. Right? You could love your family, you could love your friends, but who are you choosing that has emotional, thoughtful influence on how you feel about yourself and what you're doing? And so the idea here is to take these 6 things, and going back to life is C between B and D, birth, death, choice, is to make choices. Little choices over time add up to big things. Because I want to remind, when you see training like this and you see the experts, it's a reminder that every professional was once a beginner, right? Yes. Every expert was once an amateur, and everyone starts kind of at the same place, but we could all commit ourselves to greater clarity, care, contribution, creativity, capabilities, and community. And so from there, what I would love to do is just share a few ideas on learning faster. Okay. 6 keys to learn any subject or skill faster. We already said that's the master skill. If you're going to learn any skill, learn how to learn, then you could apply it towards public speaking, networking, sales, health. Remember, be fast. All right, another acronym. The B is something I know you talk about deeply, is belief, right? If you believe you can or believe you can, either way, you're right. Henry Ford said that. And it's funny, at these same events that I do these demos and these memory demonstrations, people invariably pull me aside in the lobby and say, Jim, I know you're a memory coach. And they'll say something very quietly. They'll say, like, Jim, I'm just getting too old, or I'm not that smart, or I have a horrible memory. And I always, Joseph, say the same thing. And I'll say it to anyone who's thinking those thoughts. Mm-hmm. Right? Call people as a coach, you and I, we call people on their BS, right? Those belief systems. Yes. I always say, when I hear like people say they're not that smart, I always say, stop. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. Exactly. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. They're yours. Your brain, we discovered more about the human brain in the past 20 years than the previous 2,000 years combined. And what we found is we're grossly underestimating our own capabilities. And your brain is this incredible supercomputer. It doesn't come with an owner's manual. And that's why I wrote Limitless, to give people an owner's manual for their brain. And I want to thank everyone in the chat that has it. We donated all the proceeds to charity. We sold over 1 million copies the first couple of years. We built schools in Ghana, Guatemala, Kenya, and also funded Alzheimer's research for women. Women are twice as likely to experience Alzheimer's than men, yet most of the research and treatment is done on male brains. And I do that in memory of my grandmother, who I lost to Alzheimer's when I was 7. Mm-hmm. And so those challenges led to change, right? It's interesting, my learning difficulties, my traumatic brain injury, my superhero, which was my grandmother, because my parents had a lot of jobs and she raised me a lot. And, it just put me on a path. But I want to remind everyone that your struggles can become strengths. Yes. Right? We hear a lot about post-traumatic stress. We don't hear a lot about another phenomenon called post-traumatic growth. Mm-hmm. Post-traumatic growth is, how many of you have gone through adversity or difficulty you wouldn't wish upon anybody, yet you wouldn't change what happened to you, because going through it, you found something. You discovered a purpose, a mission, a strength, a trait, that you have. And so, going through, we grow through what we go through. There are a number of things you could do to learn faster. And it really starts with your belief system, because your brain is like this supercomputer, and your self-talk, your belief systems are the program it will run. So if you tell yourself, I'm not good at remembering people's names, you won't remember the name of the next person you meet.
Exactly. Jim, can I jump in just for a second? I just want to really put an exclamation point on something that you said and how that helps people when somebody comes up to you and they say, I'm too old or I'm too this or anything. That happens to me all the time as well. And when you do that to that person, and the reason I'm saying this is I want everybody to let this be that I'm about to explain to you right now. When Jim says to somebody, stop right then, what that does is it interrupts that pattern because that person is in that belief when they're feeling it in that moment. They actually believe that. But when Jim says, or you hear it now, it says stop, then that makes you have it create a scotoma in your brain, and it's a blank spot. And then possibility comes in, and it's possible to come in because that's why, like I said,
I love that.
Yeah, because that way, and especially coming from somebody like you, that makes them that they're mired in it. They go, stop, let me tell you something different. Then they're going to believe that. And so we can do that to ourselves. And Jim just did it with us here as well. And the other thing I wanted to point out, what you just said, because it goes back. I mean, all of your stuff is so great. It just flows into each other. The whole thing about community and giving back and that kind of thing, it all makes a difference. It all makes sense because it takes you out of that fear. I always say that when you're grateful, when you're giving, when you're doing something with community and helping other people, fear doesn't exist. And so I want to just, to make sure that as we're going through this, you're taking this and recognizing that this is a way to shift how you think and what you believe. So please go on.
And it's great also. And I love what you said about that pattern interrupt, because it means that you're claiming responsibility, yet you are self-aware that you do have these 60,000 thoughts a day. Mm-hmm. The challenge is 95% of those thoughts are the same thoughts we had yesterday and the day before. So we wonder why our life hasn't changed. Right. And I just want to remind everyone that change can be hard. Growth could be scary, but nothing is as scary and hard as being stuck somewhere you don't belong.
Yes.
And, I feel like life is difficult sometimes for one of two reasons, either because we're leaving our comfort zone. We talk about that cocoon. Life is difficult. You're trying something new. You're saying hello to that stranger. You're learning, that novelty. You're trying to start a business, whatever it is. Life is difficult because you're leaving your comfort zone, or life is difficult because you're staying in your comfort zone. Well, because while the comfort zone might be a nice place to visit, we know that nothing grows there. But going back to the self-talk and having the self-awareness, even if you find yourself saying, I don't have a great memory, even just pausing and adding a word like yet at the end.
Beautiful.
It just feels different, right?
Yeah.
It's really hard to create a positive life with a negative mind. That's not to say, I believe that if people truly understood how powerful their mind is, they wouldn't say or think something they didn't want to be true. Mm-hmm. And that's not to say you have a negative thought and ruins your life forever, any more than eating a donut will ruin your life. But if you ate that donut 50 times a day, like those negative thoughts every single day, I think everyone would agree there would be a consequence.
Yes.
And so, starting with the belief system and talking to yourself as you'd want to talk to a loved one, as opposed to beating ourselves up and complaining. Complaining is challenging, right? Because I found when I was growing up, I could say I had a brain injury and I, didn't have any money and I didn't have any education and I didn't, and all that could be true. And all the stories, and you teach this, like all the stories and the scripts we run that affect our state could be absolutely true, and nothing changes, right? Because the truth is, if we're going to call people on their stuff as a coach, because a coach, as opposed to someone who just teaches or lectures, a coach wants to hold you accountable. A coach wants to get you to do one more lap, to do the hard things, right? To do those difficult things. Because if you just do what's easy in life, life gets hard. But if you do what's hard in life, life tends to get a little bit easier.
In the beginning.
Yes, absolutely. And so your mind is always eavesdropping on your self-talk. Mm-hmm. And so being aware that it's there, of the questions that we ask ourselves that, determine our focus, all very important. So that's the B, is believe. Because you could learn a great strategy. Everyone wants to get to the strategies. This is how you make money. But if their belief system is you have to hurt people to make money, you're still going to be stuck in that box, right? So the E and B fast is exercise. And I don't mean physical exercise. I mean practice. Because we know practice makes progress. And so, for example, I'm very good at remembering names, but after practicing for a couple of months, I haven't improved a whole lot more Because once you know how to do something, once you know how to tie your shoes or drive a car or type, then it becomes a skill and it's more second nature, right? You're doing you're unconsciously competent of doing that thing. And what I would say is the bad news is it takes effort, exercise, but the good news, it doesn't take as much as people think, right? Practicing my martial arts, one of my martial arts instructors, his name is Chuck. He says, it's about stealing reps. Like he does his practice when he's making coffee, right? And so you try to get those reps in. You're waiting online at the DMV, you could practice memorizing numbers or people's names and this quote, I think it's a Jim Rohn quote, that what you practice in private, you're rewarded for in public, right? And so the E is exercise. So doing the work, because knowledge by itself is not power. It becomes power when we act on it. Because the truth is, you could read a book, but somebody who reads a book and doesn't execute or apply or implement anything, they're no better off than someone who's illiterate, who couldn't read that book to begin with. And so
I add one thing as well. And again, I'm absolutely loving this. It's one of the things, and we're going to be doing some things together as we go forward. This practice, I always say there's a difference between practice and rehearsal. If you want to speed up your practice, if you want to steal, I love that saying you just said, steal those reps. Praise yourself and acknowledge yourself at the end that you did it. Because then the nervous system goes, oh, wait a minute. You get the dopamine, the intoxytocin, and all the stuff gets dumped into your system. Your brain goes, well, what just happened? Oh, I just exercised, or I just did this, even though it was uncomfortable. Let's do it again. And so that praise, I always say that if repetition is the mother of all skill, praise is the father. Praise, acknowledging ourselves, is the father, because then that, again, tells our nervous system, let's do it again.
I love that. Whatever you reinforce, you get more of.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Just like what you do with your kids or your dogs or anything else like that. And I love celebrating, because a lot of people, and to those people, who might not, like a lot of people are thinking, oh, is this just too extreme toxic positivity? I'm just saying, for people who spend time,
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, for people who, it's a real thing. For people who feel like beat themselves up, at the very least, to be pragmatic, you should put the same amount of time, energy, and effort into celebrating your wins, right? If you're quick to beat yourself up when you fall short. And by the way, studies done in the area of self-compassion show that when you are, a lot of people, let's say they didn't work out that day and it was something that was important, but they didn't follow through. A lot of people have this idea, this unconscious bias saying that if I beat myself up, I'm going to follow through more likely tomorrow. And it's absolutely not true.
Opposite.
Done in self-compassion show when you are actually kind to yourself, saying, I'm human, I had kind of a lousy day, kids got out of control. When you're kind to yourself, you're more likely to follow through on that thing. And so having compassion and love, because like part of self-care is not just eating the best brain foods and sleeping. Part of self-care is looking at that mirror and seeing that person, that reflection, looking back and loving that person, right? And honoring that person for who has been through so much but is still standing, right? And everybody, I don't care who it is, we're all fighting battles nobody knows about, right? On social media, it's like we're all comparing our lives to, the highlight trailer, as I say, of their lives. But the grass is greener where you water it, right? And sometimes it's greener on social media because the filter they're using, or sometimes it's greener on social media because there's a lot of artificial turf out there also in this space. And so I just, that's why I love your work, because you live this. And I think the life, because we've known each other a long time, you live what you teach, you practice what you post. And the life you live are the lessons we teach other people. So if you have people in your family that just like, oh, why are you always listening to those podcasts and those summits and reading those books? It's hard to change other people. I mean, think about how hard it is first to change ourselves, but you can be an example for them. And that's, I feel like we need more. So many people dim their lights because it's shining into somebody else's eyes, when I feel like more than ever, we need people to shine, in their own light. So the E is exercise, put into practice, because we can't be upset by the results we didn't get from the work we didn't do. You can't be upset by the results we didn't get from the work we don't do. And so exercise. So belief, exercise, be fast. The F to learn faster is something simple called forget. And that comes from a memory coach, which is weird. But sometimes we don't learn something new. Like you have some great experts speaking and presenting today. Sometimes we don't learn because our cup is full. We feel like we know that subject already, right? And your mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. So it's having that Zen beginner's mind, because the half-life information is getting shorter and shorter, right? In technology and medicine, the information gets outdated. So keeping an open mind. So the F is forget what you know temporarily so you can learn something new. Also, I would say forget about distractions. And I know you and I had a conversation about this yesterday. Focus is a big challenge for people. And for me, the nature of my work, like yours, I would say is about, like what Tony talked about, transcending, ending the trance.
Mm-hmm.
Mass hypnosis, the marketing media that says you're broken, you need to be fixed, you're not enough, or the self-hypnosis, going back to belief systems, that all the incantations we're saying to ourselves that keep us stuck, right? I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm in my 50s now, and I measure everything. So, and I've never been better and brighter. My reading speed, my memory, all that you can measure, reading comprehension, reading speed, remembering names, numbers, and we could grow older, but in a lot of ways we could grow better. About 1/3 of our brain's performance is predetermined by genetics and biology, but roughly 2/3 is in our control and influence. And so I'll talk about and unpack that 2/3 that could really move the needle. But forget what you know and forget about distractions. And if people, like, their mind wanders or ruminates, maybe even schedule the time to be distracted. Say, oh yeah, I have to do that, but I'm gonna think about that at 3:00. Right. And then you could just release it so you can focus. The other thing is with distractions, I have a YouTube video, me and Simon Sinek, I saw it on my Facebook reminders, my memories. It's like 10 years old, has 38 million views. And it's just me saying, don't touch your phone the first 30 minutes of the day. This was like a decade.
Unbelievable. Thank you. I truly believe that phone addiction I believe it already is the #1 addiction on the planet right now. And just to be able to do that, put it down for 30 minutes. Come on, baby.
I think, especially first thing in the morning, because think about it, Joseph, when you wake up in the morning, you talk a lot about state and state management. You are in the most relaxed state, the most suggestible state you probably will be the entire day when you first wake up.
And that's the whole day. It's like you said, it's the domino for the whole rest of the day.
If you pick up your phone, you are wiring your brain for two things that's hurting your productivity, your performance, your peace, and definitely your profitability. #1, you're wiring your brain for distraction. Every ring, ping, ding, app notification, social media alert, like, share, comment, cat video, as you mentioned, that dopamine hit, it drives you to distraction. And I feel like a lot of my work as first principle is taking the nouns in your life and turning them into verbs. What do I mean by that? You don't have focus, you do it.
You do focus. Perfect.
You don't have a memory. There is a process for memory, a 3-stage process of encoding, storing, and retrieving, right? You don't even have energy. There's a process for generating energy, having to do with foods and sleep and rest and exercise and so on. So when you take the nouns in your life and turn them into verbs, what does it do? It reminds you have agency, right? You are at the source. And so I would say when it comes to your phone, not touch it the first 30 minutes of the day. I challenge everyone, take a screenshot of this right now, tag Joseph, tag the LA Tribune, tag me so we get to see it, and say one thing you're going to do, that is going to be better for your brain, because you have a to-do list. I would have a not to-do list. The most successful individuals, and I know you coached, we coach some of those individuals, they have a to-do list, but they have a very clear, non-negotiable not to-do list.
And that not to-do list becomes habitual. It becomes something that you don't have to remind yourself to do. Once you are aware of it and you stick it in your schedule of not doing, then it becomes automatic. It becomes a habit with us, and that becomes so.
And it helps you on the topic of focus, because we can't achieve anything without any kind of focus. And it's interesting, like as a kid, many of us, and put in the chat if you did this. I didn't have a lot of toys or anything growing up, but I had a magnifying glass, and on a hot summer day, you would go out and you would burn like leaves, right? But think about the words we use. We're talking about the power of words. That when you're putting a magnifying glass and you're burning something, that point that's doing the burning is very bright, it's very sharp. Now the words carry a lot of weight. When we say someone is bright or they are sharp, what are we implying? That they are smart, right? That they are intelligent. Maybe they're not more intelligent or smart, maybe they're just better focused.
Yes.
Right. And so we all have that ability to focus, and great things happen. You know, we've heard the metaphor of if you take a light and you focus it, it could become a laser that could burn through walls. And that's the power of your focus. So when it comes to your phone, having a not to-do list, all the things you're not going to do, eat, say, whatever, helps you to focus on what to do. And for distractions, not only does your brain, when you pick up your phone first thing in the morning, wire your brain for distraction, it also wires your brain for something equally detrimental, which is not only distraction, but reaction.
Yes.
I mean, Joseph, have you ever woken up, you pick up your phone and you get one message, social media message, email, voice message, text, WhatsApp, whatever, and it puts you in a mood for hours. It hijacks your day.
And you don't even know that you're in that mood. It is just that has set you up.
Yeah. So now you're reacting. And how do you build a quality life if you're just on the defense?
All the time.
Right. Our buddy Brendan Burchard, who wrote Motivation Manifesto, who we've had on our podcast 3 times, says your inbox is nothing but a convenient organizational system for other people's agenda for your life.
Oh, wow.
Right. And so like you're reacting, you're fighting fires, as opposed to, okay, so you can't just stop doing something. You talk about this. You don't just stop doing something. You have to start doing something. You have to replace it with something. Right. And what I would say is do this. Instead of touching your phone, do this thought experiment. And I feel like this alone is worth the day we're spending together. Close your eyes when you first wake up. And I want you to imagine you're going through the day and you're coming back to bed. Right? You've done the whole day, you're coming back to bed, and somebody asks you, maybe a spouse, family member, or someone asks you on the phone, how was your day? And I want you to imagine a big smile on your face and like, today was amazing. We crushed it today. And then here's the question, the magic question you ask yourself. What had to happen in order for you to feel that way? What had to happen in order for you to feel that way, to say those words? And I think of, Joseph, 3 personal things and 3 professional things. So, and that becomes my 6 things that I focus on. And they don't have to be huge things, right? It could be walking on the personal side. It's walking the dogs, right? And doing like
just acknowledging again what you've done. Can I give a saying to what you're doing? Because I've been doing that for many, many years. And that is to start your day with the end, wait for it, in mind. In mind.
Like
you think it, you imagine it, you create it in your mind, and that what you think. And then also, here's what I do, Jim, is I write it down. Because what I always say is that what we write is what we invite. I will make a very short paragraph of what that day looks like at the end of the day when I'm crawling in bed. I'm crawling in bed, pulling up the covers, smile on my face. I'm so happy because I did this, and this happened as well. Beautiful exercise, man. Yeah.
I love that so much. And so the idea here is you're waking up and instead of, being distracted by everything that's on your phone or reacting to everything that's on your phone, because those are muscles. And if you flex your distraction muscles first thing, and you wonder why you can't be present at work or on a Zoom meeting or with your children, is because we flex because it's focus is, again, it's not something you have, it's something that you do. And if you flex those muscles, that's why meditation is so very valuable, right?
Yeah.
I know you've been doing that, and it's been part of your practice. And I don't meditate to become enlightened. I use it as a mental exercise that if I'm sitting down or lying down for 5, 10, whatever minutes, and my mind invariably goes somewhere else, which it will, because I think there's a lie, and I talk about the 7 lies of learning and limitless, that we have to dissolve the BS, those belief systems. But a lie stands for a limited idea entertained. It's not true that you're not smart enough. It's not true that you're too old, right? It's a limited idea that we're entertaining, we're giving energy to. And one of those, I feel like one of those lies that we tell ourselves is that we don't have focus or we don't have energy, but we could do it. And so I would absolutely start with the end in mind, and then focus on those things to be able to thrive. And that's the F. Forget what you know about a subject to learn that new subject faster. Forget about distractions. Because when I meditate, and my mind goes somewhere else, as invariably, it's like people think the lie is think that meditation is stopping their thoughts, and that's absolutely not true.
Not at all.
You can't stop it's like trying to stop your heart from beating. The primary function of your heart is to beat, and the primary function of your mind is to think, right? But when my mind goes somewhere, like the dry cleaning, when I pull it back to a mantra or a candle or my breath, then I'm exercising my focus, right? I'm flexing my focus. So when later on, when I'm distracted at work, I have a mechanism and a pathway to bring me back to the present, right? So that's the F to learn. If you forget about distractions, forget about what you know temporarily. The A in fast and be fast is act, right? I want to remind everyone that learning is not a spectator sport. We got conditioned through 20th century education that you're just lectured to. And we've learned the human brain actually doesn't learn better through consumption. It learns better through creation and co-creation, engagement. And so it's not pushing information, and a teacher's not pushing information inside a child's head or an adult's head. You're pulling information in and pulling it out. And so how can you be more active in your learning? Because learning is not a spectator sport. You could take notes, as I mentioned. You could ask questions. You could post it in the chat. You could post it online and share with other people, right? Be more active. You could also stand up and move around, because as your body moves, your brain grooves. So I'm always thinking about how can I make this more active for myself? So I use more of my nervous system, so it's going to be easier to learn it. And then finally, the S and the T and be fast. The S, and I'm going to borrow on your work and Tony's work, is state. All learning, like life, is state dependent. And the key to that better memory, you have part of your brain. So if everybody kind of like shakes out their hand, make a fist, you have what they call a triune brain. Tri is three. You have three brains. The wrist would be your reptilian brain. The most primal part of your brain. It's what regulates your body temperature, makes your heart beat, right? It monitors your breathing, right? Things you don't have to think about. The fist is your middle brain, which I'll talk about in a moment. If you take your hand and put it right on top of the fist, this is the third part of your brain, the newest part of your brain, called your neocortex. So when they say left and right brain, that's your neocortex. And it's an exaggerated summary. Left is logic, right is more imagination, and there's a corpus callosum, which is a bridging station in between. But going back to the middle brain, I want to highlight two parts of the brain that's relevant to learning and memory. You have part of your brain that looks like a seahorse. They call it the hippocampus, and the primary function is remembering. And attached to that seahorse is a part of your brain that looks like almost like an almond shaped part of your brain, and that's your amygdala. And your amygdala, going back to high school biology for everyone as a reminder, is like a switching station for emotions. But isn't it interesting that memory and emotions are tied in your brain? And everyone knows that, right? I think everyone could hear a song that could take you back to when you're a teenager, a food and a fragrance that take you back to when you're a child. So information by itself, very forgettable, but information when it's combined with emotion, and that's what state is, your emotional state. And so I would never learn something in a bored state, because you're not going to remember it. Like, think about it like back in school. Like, what did we feel sitting in class? Boredom. And if it's information and emotion, if boredom is zero, it becomes zero, right? And so you talk a lot about state management. How do you regulate your state? And I just want to remind everyone, on a scale of 0 to 10, how do you feel? And if you wanted to feel a little bit better, can you do it? Yes, through a process or perspective. You look at something a little differently, or you change your body, your physiology, all the master strategies that you teach. And so never learn something in a bored state. And this also, I want to remind everybody, another important lesson. Years ago, two people that I know wanted to meet, and we set up a dinner, and it's Richard Branson and Stan Lee. Not Stan Lee, but Stan Lee of Marvel, right? And when we're in the car, I was a little nervous, but I had to ask Stan this burning question. I would regret if I didn't. I said, Stan, you created all the most amazing superheroes. Who's your favorite? And he says, Jim, it's Iron Man. And then he asked me to be, courteous. He asked, Jim, who's your favorite superhero? And I posted this on social media. He had this in the car, a Spider-Man tie. And I said, Spider-Man. And without a pause, in Stan's iconic voice, he goes, with great power comes great responsibility. And this is kind of like just, this is all family here. I'm going to get a little raw, Joseph. Like I because I had this brain injury, I sometimes reverse things I read or I hear. Maybe some people could relate to that. And I heard something different. And I was like, Stan, you're right. With great power comes great responsibility. And the opposite is also true. With great responsibility comes great power. When we take responsibility for something, we have great power to make things better. And I just want to remind everybody, the most important thing, one of the most important things to be responsible for is how you feel. This happened the other day. We have a 2-year-old son. And it was, we always go outside and play with the dogs, as I mentioned. And one day it was raining really hard. And I looked at him and I said, unfortunately, I'm sorry. Today's a really bad day. We can't go out there and have fun. And I realized, I caught myself. The message I'm sending to our son is your happiness is based on something outside of yourself. It's conditional, that I'm teaching him to be a thermometer as opposed to a thermostat, right? And a thermometer just reacts to everything, and a thermostat sets a vision or a KPI or a vision, and then the environment reacts to you. Exactly when you take the invisible and make it visible, like you said, writing things down. That's the first step of manifesting anything, because now what's in your mind is outside of yourself.
Yes.
Very, very powerful.
Yeah.
And so state, and you're responsible for your state. Everybody could choose to elevate their state. And finally, the T in FAST, and I recommend you use this throughout the day, learn to teach, meaning learn something with the intention of teaching somebody else. And what this does is, let's say you're going to rewatch this, and I love the audience here, and I love all the engagement, but you had to rewatch it, and then you had to give a TEDx talk about it next week.
What did you learn?
Focus better. Will you ask better questions? Will you take better notes? You would own that. You take advantage in science of what they call the explanation effect. The explanation effect says that when you learn with the intention of explaining to somebody else, you're going to learn it so much better. So that's the T in Be Fast. So it's be fast. Believe, exercise, forget distractions, forget about what you know. A is act, because knowledge by itself is not power, it's potential power. The S is manage your state, your emotional state. And the T is learn with the intention of teaching somebody else, and you'll learn it so much better.
Jim, I know everybody is in agree with me on this, and that is that we could listen to you and learn from you forever. And this has been absolutely phenomenal. We do have to cut away for a commercial here for a second, but I want to thank you so much on behalf of the Tribune, on behalf of everybody here. And everybody, I want to make sure that you didn't just learn this, just didn't take it and go, okay, that's information and store it away. I know you took notes. Do, like he said, turn those nouns, which are the notes, turn those into verbs. Do something about it. Jim, thank you so much.
Can I give everyone a quick do really super fast?
Yeah,
take
please.
A screenshot of this, tag the Los Angeles Tribune, tag Joseph, tag myself, and share. We talked about power of teaching. Share just one thing that you learned, so your fans, your followers, your family, your friends get to benefit from it. And I just want to say, I want to remind everyone that there's a version of yourself that's patiently waiting. And the goal is we show up every single day until we're introduced.
That is beautiful, beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, follow this man. And one thing we didn't get to say, he has a line of supplements for brain health. He has everything. Follow him. Make sure you follow up on everything. Jim, thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you even more. And we're going to cut away to commercial here, but everybody hang around. We'll be right back. Thank you, Jim.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that, and not just enjoyed it. I hope you took it down as something that you're going to do, because one of the great things about this event that we're doing here right now is, again, I said this earlier, that this is not just about what you learn. It's what you do as well. And speaking of which, I want to ask you guys to do something for a second. You've been sitting probably for a little while. Just stand up for a second. Shake yourself out. Shake yourself out. I'll do it as well. And the reason we're doing this is because we're going to get our blood flowing and go through like that. If you just sit and you just wait, then here's what happens. And then we get in that state. That's not a learning state. But if we move our bodies and we allow our bodies to move, the blood starts going around and it becomes something called a significant emotional event. And it's an event other than just learning something. So take yourself out. Then also put a smile on your face, if you will. Big old smile on your face. Perfect. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to type in the chat. I hope you took notes. I want you to type one thing that you learned. One thing that you learned from Jim. Just type it in there. I'm going to do the same thing. Perfect. Let me see. Type it in. Remember, you want to be active as you do this. Perfect. I see that. That's great. Yeah. And by the way, I'm going to show you, I've known Jim for a long time, and I as well take notes every time I see him, every time I talk to him, every time I work with him, is always something else coming in. And one of the things that I wrote down, I saw somebody wrote it as well, practice what you post. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Oh, fantastic, fantastic. These are great. Now, you remembered one thing. Remember, what Jim is, he's a memory expert. And that's one of the things he said, our learning is our earning. And whether it's business or whatever we do, stay on time. Okay, this is great. I like that. Okay. Let me put this in here. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to take just a short break here for a second. We're going to be right back. And in the meantime, I want you to think about what's the second thing that you learned, something else that you learned. Remember, when we go back, I learned this a long time ago, no pun intended, is that when you review what you just experienced, it puts it deeper into your nervous system. So we're going to take a real quick commercial break again, and then we'll be right back with my next amazing guest. Be right back with you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, as you probably already know this, one of the greatest things about the Tribune is that they are notorious for bringing the best of people. And of course, that is absolutely the case in this amazing woman that I'm going to introduce you to now. You can probably see her right now on the screen right now. Her name is Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis, and she is a co-founder, or one of the co-founders for the Neuro Institute for Applied Transformative Neuroscience. Big words, and she's going to tell us more about it as we go. And I always say, rather than me butcher your bio and try and tell everybody about you, I want to ask you to do that. But first off, welcome to this conversation that we have with everybody, Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I'm delighted to be here. It's going to be an exciting conversation. So always happy to geek out on neuroscience, as you said.
That'll be it as well, because I can't wait. And by the way, share with us, everybody, where you are right now and what time it is.
Yeah, it's Hong Kong, and it is 7:15 a.m. So yes, I'll do my best to hang in with you this morning.
You'll be fine. And Steve said this before. Michael said this before, that you put my travel schedule to shame. You travel a lot. So how long are you going to be in Hong Kong, and where is next for you?
That's a great question. So I
You
leave
don't
around.
know, do you? You don't even know. You're like me. See?
Some days my assistant just tells me where I'm going, but yes. So I leave around midnight tonight. I head back home to Vienna, Austria, which is home for me, for about 1 day. And then I'm heading to the US for going home for the holidays to see my family. So we'll be delighted to enjoy some real rest and relaxation and take a good sort of reset. So yes.
What is this rest thing that you speak of?
Yes, it's critical.
Yeah. Well, so share with us a little bit about what is the Neuro Evolve Institute. What is Neuro Evolve?
Yeah, I love that. So I think the basis of sort of where it came from, this Institute for Transformative Neuroscience, was the understanding that we're always evolving as a species. We're part of a complex, adaptive, nested systems. We could talk about quantum physics first. That we're always changing and evolving. We're in a state of constant evolution, and as vibrating particles of physics, we're always moving towards decay and regeneration. And so the understanding that we're not fixed in any set state, I think it is very important for people to understand that if we want to create great change in the world, or if we just want to be the best possible human we can be, then we understand that we're always evolving, and we can control and choose that. We can control the health and the state of our brain and body in order to be optimal in performance, if that's what you're aiming for, or optimal in co-regulation to create great massive change in the world. So all of those pieces, I think, was sort of the understanding of the neuroscience of how we're always evolving and shifting. And so it focuses on everything. So we do, very one-on-one for people who really want to do peak performance for neurobiology. So brain and body health and what that means for us in the world, whole leadership teams and academies. And also I work a lot with systems change. So my passion, my love, I work with UNICEF and the World Bank in
Yes.
So I think,
I want to, because I will, in everything that you just said right there, we can go deep and geek. So before that happens, what brought you to where you are right now? Tell us a little bit about you, where you came from, and what made you be the person that you are right now to do what you do.
Amazing. I love that question, because everything that we've been through in life, from the very moment we entered the world, cellularly forms our brain and body in formation and function. So I love asking that question myself. I would say we don't have a lot of time. So the short abbreviated version is I have been passionate about changing the world since I was probably 12. When I was 14, I convinced Doctors Without Borders, I have no idea how I did this, to let me go with them on a trip to Haiti. And so we did a medical mission because I grew up in the US, and we had, 3 months for the summer holiday. And that was transformative for me. Birth to baby.
Hold up.
Surgery, yes.
I'm not going to let you gloss over that. Did you say at 18? Well, wait a minute. You said at 8 years old, you convinced?
At 14.
At 14 years old, you convinced them. Why and how did a 14-year-old listen, I have an 18-year-old son, and I remember at 14 years old, the only thing that he was really interested in was video games and things like that. Why you at 14 years old? What made you interested in doing that in the first place?
I'd always been very much sort of concerned about caring for others and the world. I would cry at commercials. I didn't understand why. There were a lot of commercials about the children dying and starving in Africa, and I just, to me, it didn't make sense. I didn't understand why we have so much and why we can't just share and why we can't take for others. A very true, pure mindset of children, right? Which is we don't understand the inequality in the world. And so it started with that, I think, if I can remember back then. And I had a chiropractor, and he was very excited about going and was telling me about it. And I was determined to get myself there and go as well. And that was sort of just the beginning. So every summer, whoever would take me, AmeriCorps, Peace Corps, you name it, I signed myself up, built orphanages in Central America, went and did real intensive regenerative work with indigenous tribes in North America. So yeah, just was really delighted to explore humanity, I think. And I was really fascinated with resiliency. And so that's the long answer to how I ended up here today. Is I was trying to unpick this adaptability, this adversity intelligence we have as a capability as a species, and what makes some people so remarkably resilient, even in the face of great stress and trauma. And it sort of becomes something empowering for them to change the world. Whereas other people, it just sort of, they never recover from it. It always sort of follows them and inhibits them in life. And so I actually was at university very young for computer programming. I was like the only girl in the 90s. I should have stayed. And, but this was transformative for me. And so I decided that I wanted to really impact in a different way. And it was this sort of 15, 20 years unpicking of the study of behavioral science and behavior disorders that went into neuroscience, and then the next doctorate in neurobiology. So just was this wormhole of, you say, trying to solve this mystery that is humanity, I think.
Maybe give us some insight as to, because you posed a question, what is it that makes some people resilient and makes some people not? Just maybe one or two things.
Yeah. Wow, that's a very long discussion.
Yeah, I know. This is like the limiting. Yeah.
I would say that sort of leads into what I'd also love to talk about too. But I'll give you the very short version, and then I'll deep dive if that's okay.
Yeah,
so we were studying the children who were survivors of the Rwanda genocide for a great period of time. So while I was at Johns Hopkins, I also did an 8-year longitudinal study in New Orleans on the children they were teenagers, but they were children at the time of Hurricane Katrina, and saw great disaster, great tragedy, death, and sort of studying and understanding how the brain works and how do we help them? How can we create superhumans was sort of what I was aiming for. The short answer is you can, and it's really great. We can mold and shape the brain so that they can be what we would call resilient. So in my world, we call it adversity intelligence. It is an intelligence that is a learnable skill, that same as social intelligence, emotional intelligence, ethical intelligence, these things we call it. It is a capability of the brain's neural networks to be hyper adaptable and sort of flexible to adversity. And a couple of things we were studying at the same time, King's College in London was doing a meta-analysis of all resiliency over 100 years of study. And we found the same couple of things in common. So the first thing is that what made these individuals resilient was a deep one-on-one trusting sort of relationship with at least one person. So they had someone that they could co-regulate with. And this is really important. I can talk a lot about this very, very importantly later, but that is what we do as a species. We actually co-regulate our nervous systems. We co-regulate our neural systems.
Yes.
When we're alone, we die. We need another human being or an animal to regulate our nervous systems. And so that one deep sharing of oxytocin, that trust, was critical. The second thing was a sense of humor. And so the ability to sort of see things as lighter and not so intense and not so dramatic, but to be able to sort of have a more humorous and not take everything so seriously. And the third thing was that they had this ability to sort of transform negative situations into something that was used for good. So not like lemons to lemonade, more like what we were talking about a minute ago, which is I'm a survivor of child abuse or rape, but yet I use that as I reframe it for myself. It's a gift. It's my superpower now to change the world. I can impact helping save women. I can impact saving children. It sort of becomes a life mission, a driving force for you. And the other thing was what we actually talk about, which are those 3 core human needs. It's not Maslow. Sorry, Maslow. It's not food, safety, and shelter. We disproved that. But the other one is...
Did you disprove that?
Oh, yeah. We that was a very long time ago. We've stopped talking about Maslow. Sorry,
Mhm.
Maslow. Well, because
No.
plenty of people don't have food safety, and yet they're very resilient, very happy, healthy individuals. So what are those 3 core human needs? And that is that deep sense of trust with another human being. So that is also one. So very interesting that that's also part of resiliency. And the second one is belonging in a very tribal sort of association. So not a work situation, not a culture situation, more like I have a group of people who,
This is
yes, we support each other. We're driven for the same goals, and we're driven for the same sort of outlook in life. And that feeds right into what that 4th thing was for resiliency, and is our 3rd core human need as adults and humans, actually, is that we call it mattering. But it's this understanding that my life has value, that I have meaning, that I have purpose. Sometimes people use the term purpose a lot. It's not my favorite word, but it's mattering. The idea that I matter, and I can use my life for something meaningful and for a purpose. So that
I like the way you put that as well, because those 2 words I hear explained as significance as well, and purpose. That confuses a lot of people when they think about that. They don't know. I don't know what my purpose is. They think about their big purpose on life, and they'll look at people and go, well, this person, Dr. Ellis, she has a purpose. I don't. And I believe that we all do. And that whole thing about significance, the same thing. It's just like, wow, significance, that makes me feel like I'm, better than somebody else. But that's not it. I love what you said with regard to us being able to belong, and that our lives mean something, and for us to feel that. I think that is a need. Very well put.
Yes. It doesn't matter what we're doing. If we feel like whatever it is that we're doing, that we are valued, that we matter, it's the mattering, that we matter, whether I'm a mother who is running a home that is controlled chaos at its best, or I'm right. So all of these things, my life matters. It has mattering, it has meaning, it has value, and we all seek that, and we need that.
Can I go back on something and actually ask you to go a little bit deeper on that? And that is the whole, that just kind of perked my ears up when you said sense of humor. Go a little deeper on that. Why is that so important? And what made you guys go, okay, well, this is something that all of these people have, even in adversity? Because oftentimes people that are in adversity situations are not joyful. And maybe they may pull through, but how did it come about that you recognized that was one of the traits?
Yeah, I love that. So it was basically you're looking at sort of their characteristics or personality traits, assessments in that way, and understanding and sort of questioning how their outlook is on the world. I'd actually like to go a little bit deeper, because I think this is such a great point. So I love that you asked that question, because a lot of times people just say, oh, you just need to be happy and you just need to have a positive outlook. Well, that's a load of bunk, according to the brain. So I do want to sort of unpick that, because you can't just have a sense of joy. That's the most, let's see, I probably have to go back a little bit further, but I will say that there is a lot of misperceptions about what our brain does and what it's used for. And I think with the last 20 years in neuroscience and neurobiology, we have, especially with imaging, so now we even have SPECT imaging, so not just MRIs and CT scans, but we are able to see a profound amount of information about the brain and the body, and sort of blew the lid off of everything we thought was true. So, I mean, I started off in behavioral psychology, so I can understand it's very hard to let go of what we thought was true and sort of disprove ourselves. But in the search of new knowledge, and neuroscience is sort of a newer field, we love to disprove ourselves. So part of adaptive intelligence is, yay, somebody is about to come out and publish something that maybe disproves what I just said. And that's exciting, is this understanding of new knowledge. So I do want to back up just a little bit,
please.
because I think the first thing that, because if we're talking about, how do we regulate our sort of our neural systems, right? But we have to regulate our nervous system first. And I think that's probably the most important piece, is that I guess it would probably be like the first thing that I would say, let's start here, is that your brain is not for thinking. So that's actually not what it does at all. We don't have different types of brains. So you don't have a separate area of your brain for surviving, or you don't have a lizard brain. You don't have an animal or a reptilian brain. There's not even such a thing as instinctive behavior. So you don't have separate areas of the brain for feelings or an emotional part of the brain. You don't have a limbic system for your emotions. You don't have a neocortex. So none of these things are true. And goodness, no, your amygdala does not hijack your brain. That is what it's supposed to be doing. It is your first responder, and it has a very healthy response to its world most times. So your amygdala is not your emotion center. That is not such a thing. Bad behavior is not like animalistic or instinctive brain responses. And good behavior or positive behavior is not rational or responsible thinking. So those really, I think, key pieces we've often misunderstood, and Plato and Darwin, bless us, but rationality and emotion are not at war in our brains. They're not even separate parts. They're not even separate neurons. So
you know what? And the only reason I'm going to stop you is because if you had not pre-framed what you said with that, that we should, and these are my words, find joy in finding out that what we've known is not necessarily true. That's where I am right now with what the law that you're saying, because I was, I taught at UCLA for many, many years, and I cut my teeth on that. We've got different areas of the brain that do these sorts of things. However, and I'm very familiar with, the amygdala and our prefrontal cortex and all the things that they do, according to what I've been taught. And to hear you say that it is, and I do like that, by the way, and my brain is going and clicking and going that it's just one big mass and it does what it does versus these other things. So I like that as well. And I personally think that they're not mutually exclusive, that they can function all together, but that's just me. So I'm loving this. Please go on.
Yes. Well, and I love what you just said. So basically your brain is about 128 billion cells and beautiful neurons. It's just gorgeous on an MRI. And it's all functioning. It's interconnected and intertwined and interdependent. You don't have like a left brain and a right brain. And yes, physically, structurally, you have two hemispheres.
Yeah.
But one is not creative and one is not logical, mathematical, and for language. You don't even have sensors of the brain. So each neuron does sometimes hundreds of things. So the same neuron that processes language also processes the emotion fear. So
because it's going to pass through that, because everything has to pass through.
They all do different things. They're all picking up for each other all the time. So we could do a little fast experiment. So you reach out right now and you pick up something, and then you pull your hand back, and then you do it again. Pick up the same thing and bring your hand back. In this moment, you used a completely different set of neurons the first time from the second time. So even this function of this concept of memory, it's not true. So we're not storing things away. Every time your brain actually refires over neurons, getting pieces of data, and it retells itself a story. You don't have memories. You don't recall them in that way. They're not stored. It retells itself stories out of bits of pieces of data every single time. And every time you're doing items and doing any action, from breathing and other things we're doing, you're using different sets of neurons. There's this really wonderful experiment we did probably 10 years ago in neuroscience at this point, and we blindfolded people and taught them how to read Braille. Have you heard this one?
I have not, no.
Okay, and taught them how to read Braille. And in their brains on an MRI, the neurons and the networks, so there aren't centers, they're network hubs. To use a metaphor, it's like airport hubs. It's a metaphor. So that's what it sort of looks like. They're if you've ever looked at the airport maps and you see all these lines and networks, and some hubs are pretty intense, like Paris and London, and others are smaller airports, So it's sort of like that. And everyone's brain is a fingerprint. So depending on every action that you've experienced from the time you were born cellularly in your life has shaped how your brain forms and functions. So we cannot project what works for one person onto someone else. That's not true. Yes. So we are a beautiful, unique fingerprint of a chaos of an orchestra in there. And so, but what the networks that we're processing for those individuals, that we're processing sight, now began to process touch within about 48 hours.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then when we unblindfolded them, in about 24 hours, their networks went back. So the networks that were processing sight and vision and data information from its world optically now took over again. So that's also...
Is this why somebody that has lost their sight, but they were sighted before, and they've lost their sight, other senses become elevated?
Yes,
because
exactly.
It takes over. Right.
Exactly right. And that's why also if someone's recovering from a stroke or a brain injury, it takes a bit of time, but it's not like it's regaining the areas that were damaged. Other networks need time to take over. So they will, it's like if an airport goes on strike, other airports, at first it's chaos, a lot of grounded flights, but eventually other airports will pick up the flights. That's metaphorically, that's exactly sort of how it works in the brain. But I think that goes back to, I think what you said was really important about it. So being so interconnected, because all of the data from our world is actually interpreted as emotion and sensory data in the brain. I love to say we feel, therefore we learn. So we've done a lot of experiments as well, where we know that you actually interpret your world through sensations, through emotion. You sense your world, then it feels its world, and then you have a cognitive awareness. So, and that can take up to 3 seconds of a delay. We're sort of always delayed in time. So the idea that you can separate, that's why I said emotional and rational thought are not at war in the brain. No, you are an emotional being. I think it's cute when people say, I'm rational, and well, no, you're emotional. You interpret your world emotionally. You're not going to change that. That's how your brain functions. And you tie emotion and feelings to data that you're interpreting. And those emotions and feelings are actually based on past networks. So older mental models that we're predicting onto our present model. So we're all
given that any incident, any situation is going to go through it's going to go through everything all at once and come to that conclusion, come to that thing. This is beautiful. I love it.
It's sort of like that movie, Everything All at Once, All the Time. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, exactly. Everything all at once. We only have a few minutes left, and good Lord, that has gone by very, very fast. But here's what I want to do. If you were to say, and this is a very unfair question, I know, to ask, especially somebody like yourself who is so well versed. If you were to summarize and say, this is something to take away from this conversation that everybody can go, okay, well, let me at least consider that as I go through my life, business and changing my life and everything. Would there be anything that you would say?
I love that question. That's not a hard question. That's a fun one.
Good.
So so the first, that sort of was where we were linking it all together. So great summary question as well, is that the brain, it's not for thinking. It doesn't do any of those things that I just went through. What it does do, its number one priority, what it's always doing, even when you're sleeping, is called allostasis. It's a really fun, fancy word for a body budget. Your brain is a CFO. It's running a massive spaceship of nested systems. And it is always processing every piece of data from its world as either a deposit or a withdrawal. Its main job is keeping its body alive, its host, or it dies. Right. It's not thinking. It's not processing the world like that. It's always internally focused on keeping its body budget in a state of balance. And oftentimes we think we're a machine, and we just sort of, we wonder why we get sick and we have disease later. So talking about longevity, it's a very big topic I studied. This is what I really studied, is understanding that the one priority our brain has should be our priority, which is that our body needs to be balanced, not just balanced in like glucose and hormones, but we have to be balanced in that we have a nervous system that has a sympathetic or a parasympathetic. So a sympathetic is that feeling of a stressed state or an action state. And the parasympathetic is that rest and digest and care. And when we're in a sympathetic state, so when we're in a stressed state, it blocks cerebral blood flow. It's very not great. And a lot of capabilities of your frontal lobes. What does that mean? When you're in a stressed state, so maybe your body doesn't have enough water, that's a stressed state. Dehydration is a stressed state. Not having enough nutrients, stressed state. So all of the things we think are not sleeping. Ooh, don't get me started. We're neurodegenerating. We're not
I'm
sleeping.
sitting here biting my tongue, woman. I'm biting my tongue, okay?
So all of those critical pieces, if we understand that that is the brain's priority, and not having those things, being in the state of a red, it's a huge CFO. If you are missing hormones or glucose or water or even, sleep, then it's in a state of stress. And when that happens, good luck. You're not going to be in an optimal state. So what happens when it blocks cerebral blood flow and it blocks actual information? Why? Well, because your prefrontal cortex is expensive real estate. It's high energy. It takes a lot of resources. So it needs to focus on care for its body, and it will make decisions. It's an energy crisis. What do you do when we have an energy crisis in our homes? We turn off the expensive electricity. We unplug items. It will do that for us. So the most important takeaway, I would say, is that when we're in a state of stress, whether it's a bodily state of stress or it's external stress is pressuring us, stress is stress. Even eustress. Oh, I'm going to stress some people saying that. So even, exercise, if you're in a state of stress, you're depleting resources.
Right.
And so that's a critical piece of understanding that when that happens, our brain doesn't have the capability to take perspective. Our brain doesn't have the capability to have empathy. We don't have the capability for complex problem solving. We don't have the capability for emotional regulation. Those are expensive things, and they take a lot of resources. So if someone's in a state of stress, or we're in a state of stress, that's critical. That's a body budget issue, that if you don't have enough water, if you didn't sleep well, you're not a good human being. Your brain is in very, very minimal performance functioning. So you're not going to regulate your emotions. You're not going to have really good complex language. You won't make memories and recall them. So we talk about things like brain fog and not being able to remember things. And I go, oh, that's a state of stress. You're in the sympathetic, and your body budget is in a state of depletion. So if I could just say, be a CFO of your body, because that's what your brain is doing at all times. And if we're not sleeping and we're not taking care of our beautiful spaceship, then you're actually not functioning in any way in higher brain functioning capabilities.
That is absolutely spectacular. I love the whole body budget concept, not concept, but way of going about things. And it brings it full circle to, I love that place where to step off the highway, to have a sense of humor, which is going to allow you in any given moment to go, wait a minute, let me go drink some water. Let me go do something and be optimistic.
That's the parasympathetic.
Thank you so much. I could and will, because we would like to continue this conversation. We've only got a few minutes left, a few seconds left, basically. But I want to thank you so much for not just your wisdom. Thank you for being up this early in the morning, all the way in Hong Kong. And we're going to let everybody know how to be in touch with you so they can avail themselves to more of your wisdom. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And we're going to go to commercial right back now.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome back again. I hope you enjoyed that. I know I did. And remember, everything that you're learning here today has an outcome, and that outcome is not just to teach you something, but to give you some ideas of what to do. And trust me on this, everything that we're going to do, this is where this whole thing is leading, especially with what we're going to do, Michael Silvers and myself, that we're going to be doing with accelerated leadership and all those things. We're going to give you tools, process, and strategies to, wait for it, do something so it produces a result. And that's our whole outcome. And speaking of that, speaking of somebody who has done something and continues to do something, my next guest, I'm proud to call him my friend. And it didn't always, I guess it started off from a friendship state, but then it turned into a coach coached relationship, and he's a perfect example of when the teacher becomes the student. I became his student and still am. We do so many things together, and we're going to be doing more other things together as well, but learned so many things from him as well. His name is Malcolm-Jamal Warner, star of TV, star of movies, Grammy-winning musician, unbelievable man. And he is, I'm going to start things off by saying this before I bring him on. He is an example of something called resilience. Remember what, as a matter of fact, Dr. Rebecca just talked about it. When stress shows up, and it does, and it's always going to, it's everything all at once. It goes through, and there are some of us that default to, okay, let me get something done. It doesn't mean that they don't freak, because we do. What it means is we don't stay freaked that long. Remember what I said before we came on here, and that is that there are no fearless people, but there are people who fear less. And if we can train ourselves, as Jim Kwik said, if we can practice triggering ourselves, so fear itself, the toxic 10 that I talked about, become the trigger to make us step back and become more optimistic, then our lives become better. And this man that I'm about to introduce you to is an expert in that. He is and has been at the top, really, in my opinion, one of, if not one of the most difficult industries to stay relevant in, and that is show business, music, and by the way, other things as well. He's an unbelievable father, unbelievable musician, unbelievable actor, and coach and teacher, and so on and so forth. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to my dear friend and soon to be your dear friend and teacher, Malcolm-Jamal Warner. Malcolm, are you there?
Hey, man. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Absolutely.
Okay. My internet is not being kind today.
Yeah, but you look good. I mean, it looks good. Are you on your phone or are you on your laptop?
I had to get on my phone. My computer's acting crazy.
Well, it looks good. It looks good. Well, how you doing?
I love that intro, man. We need to do this every day just so I can hear that.
Yeah, build it up. Well, listen. So let's start things off because, and by the way, everybody that you're hearing here today and everybody that you're interacting with here today, this is the real deal. These are some of the people that we're going to bring to you, along with not just advice and not just knowledge, but stuff that you can do. So this is the real deal. So Malcolm, first off, I always love it if you would, because we got, I don't know how many people are out there right now. And by the way, type 1 if you're having a good time so far. If you would kind of share with us your origin story, where you came from and what brought you to this place right now, all the way back. Take us way back, baby. Tell us like from the very beginning, because a lot of people don't know you. They know you from what they see on the screen, but they don't know the person that I know.
Sure. I'll try to make it as concise as possible because I don't know what our time constraints are.
I will remind you when it's time. Don't worry.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, if I go all the way back, I was born in Jersey City. My parents had been separated since I was 3. When I was 5, we moved from New Jersey back to Los Angeles, where my mother was born and raised. When my parents got divorced when I was 6 years old, I remember my dad calling me and explaining to me that they were getting divorced. And I said, well, what does that mean? And he explained it to me. And I said, well, what's the difference? Like, I had never known my parents to be together as husband and wife, but I've always known them to be friends. So my dad has been remarried for 47 years. Wow. And I've grown up with my mother and father like brother and sister, which has had an incredible, a profoundly positive impact on my growing up, my relationships with women, my relationship with friends. But at 6 years old, I proclaimed to my parents that I was going to be either a famous actor, a famous poet, or a famous basketball player. And this is 6 years old before taking any acting classes or anything. So you trust me, you don't want to see my basketball game at all. But ultimately, I got the 2 out of 3. I started doing acting classes. I was always writing. My parents had always been very supportive and encouraging of my writing. I started doing theater when I was about 9 years old. I got an agent when I was about 11. And I was at a point where I was doing a lot of theater. I was doing some television stuff here and there. And then when I booked Cosby at 13, they shot Cosby in New York. So I had to move from LA back to New York. And I spent those formative years obviously growing up in front of everybody's eyes on their TV screens. So I spent all, those really important years in New York, which I think also had a very profound impact on my growing up, because I didn't grow up in Hollywood, so to speak.
Right.
There weren't many shows shooting in New York. In fact, there were no shows shooting in New York, soap operas and Saturday Night Live. So my friends were not actors. My friends were actually like real people who, did stuff outside of the business. So to that regard, I was very fortunate in that I didn't grow up in Hollywood around Hollywood kids. But one thing I understood early on, the first couple of years of doing Cosby, is that, I didn't know how long the show was going to go. I tell a story. I've told the story ad nauseum, and I would tell it till my dying day. When Cosby first hit, I was 13, 14 years old, and out the box, it was this phenomenon. And my mother said to me, and I'm 14, on this #1 show in the world, my mother says to me, "Baby, it's great that this show is the phenomenon that it is, but you know how this business is. This show could be over next year. What are you going to do when this show is over?" She said, "I can type. I can always get a job. What are you going to do?" And that sparked this, this conversation about longevity. And one thing she pointed out to me, she said, if you look at anyone who has had longevity in this business, there have been times when they've been hot and there have been times when they've not been hot. You have to decide what you're going to do during those periods when you're not so hot, so you're not making desperate career choices.
Beautiful.
And she put all this on me at 14 years old, mind you. So, that set me off on this journey of thinking about my life after Cosby. Like I grew up with this maniacal obsession of life after Cosby, because I did not want to be one of those "where are they now" kids.
Right.
So, immediately I started thinking about my future. So I started directing, because I also knew that being seen as kid actor and then being taken seriously as adult actor might not really be a smooth transition. So I started directing early on.
Now, can I ask you a question in there as you go on here? Is that because I know during those times there was something on, it was on YouTube or VH1 that was called "Where Are They Now" or something like that. Was that because you saw that? You saw other people that were, flailing afterwards? Is that because I always say it's either pain or pleasure that gets us off the dime. So was it? Yeah. So a combination of what your mom said and then you seeing that made you go, "I don't want that."
Yeah, it was specifically. Yeah, I was 15 years old, and the show was called "Where Are They Now?"
Right.
And it scared the bejesus out of me.
Now, by the way, let me ask you another question in there, and that is, so I know other actors and actresses and so on and so forth, and when they see something like that, they automatically default to, "That's not going to be me," because and their brain doesn't allow them to go to that place. What is it about you? And maybe it was what your mother said, but what is it about you that made you go, "No, that could possibly happen, so I'm going to hedge my bet and I'm going to do something about it"?
Sure. I think for me, it wasn't just because I'm sure I was like, "That's not going to be me." But it wasn't just the concept of "it's not going to be me." Okay, that's not going to be me. Therefore, what do I need to do to ensure that that's not going to be me? Beautiful. Because I think it's really easy, especially in this business. It's really easy if you have a hot TV show or a hot movie or a hot record out. It's really easy to get lulled in this sense of, "I've made it."
Yeah.
But in this industry, what I try to tell people, get people to understand, is making it is only half of the battle.
Yeah.
Right? Once you make it, then the work really begins, because you have to sustain it.
Right.
So I was very clear early on. Okay, if that's not going to be my lot, then what do I have to do? So, like I said, I started directing early on. I have always, and interesting, a lot of people don't know this, but I've always been a big proponent of studying my craft. Mm-hmm. So my whole life, I've always been in acting classes. I've always had acting teachers and acting coaches. To this day, it's very rare that I even go on an audition without seeing an acting coach. Because I tell people that when you make it on the basketball team, you don't stop training.
Exactly. And so, and again, Malcolm, I'm only going to jump in because I want to make sure that everybody's getting a couple of your points here.
Yeah.
They probably are, but I want to make sure that you do. And that is this: the number one way of all but ensuring your success and going further faster is to get a coach. What he just said there, pay very close attention to. Make sure you get a coach. Again, we have him on here so that you're hearing right from the Malcolm's mouth. I was going to say horse's mouth. Okay.
Thank you for not saying that.
It is with me. It is with anybody that I've ever worked with. It is with anything that I've learned how to do in my own life and other people as well. Coaches. And this that you're doing right now, that you're listening to, right? This is a coaching session, and we're going to bring more and more to it to you so that you have that as well. We're going to bring more and more things that are a lot more in depth, if you will, so that you can get the coaching on the very specific things to make those mindset and psychology changes that you want. So go on, Malcolm. I wanted to make sure everybody got that because that's so fun.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting is for people who are watching this, Joseph and I met, we're both bass players, we're both musicians. We met at Victor's Wooten bass camp.
Our coach. Yeah.
Our coach, our bass coach. Yeah. So our mentor relationship really happened organically. It wasn't like we sat down and said, hey, let's have this mentor-mentee relationship. It really came out of friendship. What Joseph does as a mentor and as a coach is just so natural that it just kind of happened. And ironically enough, that's kind of how the coaching started out for me, were through organic interactions. Because of my experience of always having coaches, I'm always big on people getting coaches, people getting mentors. Depending on the field, apprenticeships are really important because there's this, we're conditioned to believe in this society that, I can go at it myself. I can do it myself. I don't need anybody. But the reality is most successful people you will encounter in any area, in any field, have some kind of coach or some kind of mentor.
I said that at the very beginning. I'm going to remind everybody that anybody I'm sort of mirroring what you just said there, but going back on what I said in the very beginning, and that is that anybody that is successful at anything, and that includes everything, walking, talking, riding a bicycle, anything at all, has always had a coach or a mentor that they've allowed that person to push them beyond what is comfortable. Because coaches are not there just to pat you on the back and say, hey, you're doing great. They're there to point out, here's some things that not the things that you're just doing wrong, but here's some things that you might want to pay attention to. Here's some things that you're doing great. And they have the skill and that ability to help you make those decisions on your own and do something about it on your own. And that is key. And now, and I'm proud to say this, and Malcolm, that's what you are to other people now as well. Amongst everything else that you're doing, is that you're also coaching and you help other people as well.
Yeah, and again, it came organically. Like our relationship. And the thing, Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant are probably the two examples that I use the most because these are men who were very clearly, blessed with a God-given talent. But it wasn't just the talent that they were born with; it's what they did with that talent.
Cultivated.
So,
yes.
And they've had coaches their whole career. So, I always like to point out that having a coach doesn't mean that you're not doing things right. Does not mean that you, that you're going about it incorrectly or that you don't know what you're doing. A coach or a mentor is really there to help expand and strengthen and broaden, the very thing that you're doing. No matter how well you're doing something, two heads will always be better than one, as long as the second head is the right head.
Yeah, exactly. Very well put. Very well put. My music producer years ago, he always said that a song that is co-written is a song that would have never been written before. Because it's going to come from two people and those two minds, the the marriage of the ideas and what come out of it is something that would have never been. And it's the aha for both people, because as we coach each other, as we work with so on and so forth, those ahas, I'm going to go back on a little bit of just how we function as human beings. Anytime our eyes go, and we go, aha, the brain is going to release endorphins, dopamine, and oxytocin. And the brain is always going to go, well, what just happened? Oh, that made me feel good. Let's do it again. And that's how we learn and grow as well.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. And I don't think I've ever mentioned this to you before, but just you talking about that made me think about growing up and, you know, working on set and having tutors, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, it was hard to continue going to my regular public school because I was working. So I ended up going to a school in New York that was set up for, you know, working kids. And I had tutors. And the really wonderful thing for me was to see my tutor's eyes light up when I would get something.
Nice.
Right? Like they teach me, and I'm like, oh, I get it. And then I see the joy in their eyes. And even as a teenager, I understood the give and take. I understood the joy that even the tutor gets from teaching.
Right.
And seeing that their student is learning.
That is beautiful. And I'm going to flip the script just a little bit, just because this is a learning exercise for everybody here. And that is this. First off, remember what he just said. The joy, I said this earlier, and that is and as a matter of fact, please type a 1 if you get it, that you enjoy helping somebody and making somebody else feel good. Of course you do. Everybody does. But watch this. That person is not always going to be around. In other words, we're going to do these things together. We're going to bring as much coaching and mentoring to you as we possibly can. It's going to be up to you to show up and get that. And we're always going to love you. We're always going to be proud of you and happy and everything. But guess who's not around all the time? Us. And neither are your coaches. And neither are your tutors. So guess who you've got to feel good and make that person feel good? You. And there's simple exercises, the process that we're going to show you how to do things like that to make yourself go, amazing. You know, that's really good. And give it to yourself. Jim Kwik talked about it earlier. And that is to praise yourself, to give it to yourself, because because my dad used to always say, wherever you go, there you are. You wake up with you every single day. And if you wake up with you going, hey, that wasn't so good, or, you know, you should have done better, or you're too fat, you're too black, you're too white, or whatever. And if that's the person that is your coach, like you said, that's not the head that I said you got to have 2 heads. But if you have the person that wakes up every morning because you've conditioned he or she to be that way, that goes, hey, you know what? This is a brand new day. You killed it yesterday or killed it last week. Now you're going to do it again. And then that gives you that what you were just talking about, Malcolm, that you get to be proud of yourself. And that's really, really important as a coach as well.
Yeah, I think for you know, far too long, most of us have been conditioned in a way where we're made to feel bad or we're made to feel guilty as a form of teaching.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And we tend to then do that same, you know, negative self-talk to ourselves. You know, in the way of coaching ourselves and giving ourselves tough love. But you know, I think the reality of just, as you were saying, it's not the tough love coaching. It's the encouragement coaching that makes you feel good about doing good.
And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It becomes your habit.
Yeah.
But I kicked you way off course.
Enough about me. Let's talk about you.
So let's go back and let's talk about, and there you were at this place where you learned, I'll take us way back, where you saw this isn't what you wanted to be. You had influence from your mother to teach you that, wait a minute, there could be down times as well. What was it that made you go, because I know the show ended and other things you go through, what was it that made you go, okay, this is something I'm passionate about because I know you. What is something that made you go, okay, this is a downtime? And you said you started directing. That's where you left off. You started directing. Did you move into that knowing that you were going to still continue with acting as well?
Yes. Yeah. Again, so the directing was again, knowing that the transition from being seen as child, you know, TV actor to being considered to be taken seriously as an adult actor, I knew that transition might not necessarily be a smooth one, but I knew I wanted to still be active in the business. So the directing was the thing that kept me working in between acting gigs. So I was literally, I was directing Cosby episodes. When I left, I had about a half a dozen Cosby episodes under my belt.
Nice.
I was directing Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I was directing a bunch of stuff for Nickelodeon, Keen and Kel, all that, Sesame Street. So the directing was really the thing that kept me working and also kept me from having to make, once again, desperate acting choices, desperate career choices. Because also the other thing about the phenomenon of the effect that the Cosby Show really had on the world, particularly white America and Black America. For me, there was a certain self-imposed responsibility that I had with regard to the kind of roles that I would accept. So there were a lot of no's. Toward me, a lot of stuff I was going out for and didn't get. But to preserve, my brand, there were a lot of things that I said no to. So there would be longer stretches of unemployment than I would have necessarily cared for. But the directing was the thing that kept me working in between acting gigs. So I didn't have to make desperate choices. I had a great team, so I didn't really have to. Of course, I still have to work, but I didn't have to. My bills being paid was not predicated upon my next job.
Right.
So the directing kept me creatively fulfilled between acting work, and then I got to a point where I realized that if I kept all of my eggs in these two baskets, acting and directing, this film and television industry would ultimately break my heart.
Oh.
I knew that I needed to find another avenue of creative expression for my soul. And that's how the music and poetry became about. The poetry had resurfaced. I had always been writing poetry, but by this time, early 90s, there was the underground spoken word movement was resurging. So there became venues to be able to go and recite my poetry. And I really needed that because as a poet, it allowed me to express myself in a way that I could not as an actor or as a director. And then I started playing bass. And then the poetry and music just completely took off and became another career that didn't have anything to do with acting and directing, and something that my soul needed at the time and my soul still needs to this day.
Spectacular. And again, one of the things that, because when I was in Atlanta, it's only been about 9 months ago when I saw you play with your group and some things. And by the way, everybody, make sure, I'm going to say this at the end, make sure you follow this guy and follow what he's doing as well, because that part of him, that's what your Grammys are from spoken word, that kind of thing. And I love what you said with regard to, I'm going to go back on what you said. It's actually the first time I heard you say that. You knew that going down that way, it would eventually break your heart. What does that mean?
So this business it's unstable. It's the entertainment industry as a whole is unstable. It's unkind. It's a soul destroying business.
How do you really feel about it, Mal?
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's a business where people. The first thing people will compromise is their soul on this journey to make it again. And again, success is, it means some things that means different things to different people, right? It's an individual take. For me, when I was doing Cosby, I'd be 15, 16 years old and I would be doing interviews and people would ask me, well, how does it feel to be so successful at such a young age?
Right.
And at 15, 16 years old, my philosophy was, well, the show is successful. That doesn't make me successful. I was like, it won't be until I'm 40, 50, 60 years old and have been working consistently will I be able to look back and say, I've had a successful career. So now at 50 something years old,
I don't want to hear it. All right?
I can look back and I can embrace, yes, I have had a successful career, but there's still, I can't rest on those laurels. There's still a long road ahead between now and, when I leave this earth. And I have a daughter and a wife. So there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
But, so for me, there's a space where, now I can embrace and recognize a level of success, but it doesn't mean that I get to slow down and just hang out in that, right? For me, now that I've reached that goal of success, my next goal now is to still be able to work consistently in whatever field until I decide to call it quits.
Yeah, let me jump in for a second, because this I know about you and I want everybody to get as well. Kind of harkens back to what I was just talking about with regard to giving yourself credit and praising yourself along the way. And listen to what he just said. He's at that stage right now. And actually, you've been there for a while. I've known you for a minute now. And that is that you do recognize and appreciate your successes so far. And a lot of people feel like that if I do acknowledge that I have made it this far, then that means it's going to kill my drive. No, it doesn't. As a matter of fact, success is built on success. When we go, hey, I did this, that the nervous system goes, we can do something else as well. And then we look forward with joy versus looking forward with toil, looking forward with something like, oh, this is going to be hard, that kind of thing, because we know we've already done it. And that about you, I know that about you as well. You're a joyful person. You're always this far away from a smile. And I also know that you've gone through your hardships as well. And like our last guest was talking about, Dr. Rebecca, that level of sense of humor is one of the characteristics about people that make us go further faster. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So a couple of years ago, I was going through a period where I found myself struggling with hopelessness, right? Just the world and everything happening in the world, and I found myself, I kept dipping into this low vibrational space. And one evening I called Felicia Rashad. For some of you who, they may sound familiar, Felicia Rashad was Claire Huxtable. And, we've all maintained a wonderful relationship. We're all bonded in a way that no matter how much time passes, that bond is always there. So one evening I called Felicia and I asked her, Felicia, how do you deal with hopelessness? How do you fight against hopelessness? And she said, baby, everything that has happened in this world has happened before. We've been here before. Yes. The light and the dark have to coexist. You cannot have one without the other. And once she hit me with that, just this weight just lifted off of my chest and my shoulders, and I recognized, yes, the darkness is going to be there. That's why we have the light. Right. So for me, it's an important reminder, because the way we feel, we have a choice. And oftentimes we tend to forget this, and it sounds way too simple, but at every moment we have a choice to decide how we want to feel. If something, the saying, you can't control what happens to you, but you can control your response to it.
Exactly.
So at every moment, we have this choice where we can decide to feel dark or to feel light. We can decide to, oh man, that's a really depressing thing. Or we can find humor in that. Or we can find humor in a memory that keeps us from dipping into that low vibrational place. And the thing I try to tell people, because people, see me and I'm, I always seem happy and positive and all of that. And I tell people, it takes work.
Yeah.
We don't just wait. I don't wake up every day and I'm just like, life is beautiful. Some mornings it takes work.
Yeah.
It takes self-talk,
Yeah.
right? It takes remembering, the light and the dark coexist. It takes remembering I have a choice to feel however I want to feel. So if I feel myself getting into this low vibrational place, what do I need to do? What do I need to think about? What physical actions do I need to make to ensure I don't dip into this low vibrational place? It takes work. So we're not, I speak for myself, but I'm not always smiling. I'm not always this close to a smile. Some days it takes a little bit more work to get to the smile than others. But the choice is always mine. And that's the part that it sounds, I know it sounds too simplistic for a lot of people. Like people want more to that equation, but it really boils down to you have a choice to decide how you want to feel. And I think the thing that Joseph does and I do, we give you tools. Like, so it's conceptual. For some people, it can just be conceptual. Okay, yeah, I want to choose to be in a higher vibrational place. So then we give you tools to be able to do that. And for me, what's so simple is thinking about things that make me happy, thinking about things that make me happy, people that make me happy. I have a 7-year-old daughter who doesn't care how much sleep I don't get, doesn't care how much water I didn't drink. She doesn't care about any of those things that will pull me into a low vibrational place. So for me, that's a really easy one. Yeah. My daughter's smile is a beautiful thing. That keeps me out of, I don't have time to be in this low vibrational place. I have someone who depends on me in such a loving way that my being in a higher vibrational place, my being in a happy place doesn't just benefit me, it benefits her as well. Yes. And my interaction with her, if I'm making her happy and I'm making her laugh and I'm making her feel loved, what do you think that does to me?
Again, full circle. See, that is beautiful. And everybody, please hear this, learn it. What he just said there is that whole process of doing something because you're going to get a benefit, because you're making somebody else happy, because it makes you happy, all that stuff, it keeps coming back around. It comes back around. The other thing is that you sort of glossed over this, and that is the process that you go through of whether it is the self-talk and whether it is, focusing on what's going to happen in the future, any of that stuff. That is practice. That you got to practice that. If you want to change, anybody that's listening, if you want to change, the change comes from doing something. It doesn't come from knowing something. You're getting a lot of knowledge here, and here we are right now. But as Malcolm said, what we do and what the purpose of even this call is to give you something, an avenue, a path of something that you can go on to start to learn how to do something so that there is that default. I agree with you. I was joking when I said you're always this far from a smile, and I see that about you. However, I also know what you said is true, because you and I have spoken during those times when you didn't know what to do and that kind of thing. And this is what I will say, and it's the question I want to ask you is, what is it that makes you default to the place that when you do get down and when you get to that place where all hell is breaking loose, you don't know what to do? What is it that makes you, or what have you practiced that makes you quicker to default to go to that place and go, okay, wait, let me shake myself out of it. Oh, I got a 7-year-old daughter. Oh, I got this career, I got that. What is it that you have done that makes it so that the fear or the dark places or low vibrations, as you call it, become a trigger?
Gratitude. I mean, it's the easiest and the least amount of work to do is practice gratitude. Like if you go to my Instagram page, and my Instagram it's at Malcolm-Jamal War. I wasn't being slick. That's all. That's just all that was fit.
By the way, yeah, we'll post that everything.
But if you go to my page, in the bio, there's a quote, and it says, "I once was sad because I had no shoes until I met a man who had no feet." Mm-hmm. And it's the practice of gratitude, because if I find myself if I find myself kind of in a dark place, or I find myself complaining or frustrated, I just think about all of the things that I'm grateful for. And when someone is complaining, my first thought is, okay, well, you know what? I guarantee there's somebody with a worse story than yours. And that doesn't mean ignore wherever you are. It's really the opposite. It's like, be present, be mindful, be tuned into where you are, but don't let that stop you from thinking about, or rather recognizing and honoring all the wonderful things, that have you where you are. Because
it's hard to remember those things when you're in it. It really is.
Yeah. Because, and I know we, and myself included, it's easy to get caught up in the disparity between where we are and where we want to be.
Exactly.
Right. But, and again, sometimes it takes work to actually focus on where we are as opposed to where we were.
Yeah. And I would add to that as well. And that is, I always say to people, don't wait. In other words, if you wait until there are bad times, hard times, challenging times, it's harder to get out of it than it is if you practice getting out of it before. Practice makes it so that when it shows up, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Steph Curry right now, he practices when he's not in the game so that when he's in the game, he hits those shots. And so it's the same with that type of emotion. So if you take the time, go ahead. Go ahead. So if you take the time ahead of time, I always say, kill the monster while it's a baby. Matter of fact, coax that monster out of his cave and then kick its ass as soon as it comes out. That means even when you feel good, even when things are great, make it a practice of every day being grateful. You're hearing it from the Malcolm's mouth right now. Gratefulness is the easiest, quickest, and most economic way of triggering yourself and conditioning yourself so that you default to feeling better and being optimistic when you're not. So again, we're going to give you more tools as we go on, but I want to tell everybody, don't wait. Do it ahead of time. Make it a practice. Schedule it every day that I'm going to have 10 minutes of gratefulness. What does that mean? I'm going to make a list of everything that I'm grateful for, from the big things to the little things. And as you do that, that becomes your habit. Go on. We got just a few minutes. I want to make sure.
And that's the thing I left out when I was talking about practicing gratitude. So in those dark moments,
we're breaking up just a little bit.
Gratitude is a daily thing for me. So I wake up, I always write down 10 things that I'm grateful for. And sometimes those 10 things, am I breaking up still?
No, you're fine. You're fine now.
Okay. So, and oftentimes a lot of those 10 things repeat themselves. 3 days in a row, I might be grateful for the same things. But that is part of my daily practice. I get up, I'll write my gratitude list, and sometimes on Sunday mornings I'll do a gratitude walk. Sometimes it might be too cold, but even when it's cold, I layer up. But I remember last year there were a couple of times. Earlier this year there were a couple of times I didn't quite make that walk because it was just way too cold.
You're not perfect. You're not perfect. Damn.
Yeah.
This is beautiful, and I hope everybody's getting it. That this is the real deal, and you're hearing from somebody that's not just because this is the way I consider you, Malcolm, and that is, yes, you're a coach, you're a great coach, but you're also a mentor. And a mentor, the difference between a coach and a mentor is a coach is somebody that can, like you said, hold you accountable, that can see things that you don't. They're not there just to criticize you and make you and say, here's what's wrong. They're here to lift you up and so on and so forth. But oftentimes coaches are not better at the thing that they're coaching somebody to do. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Steph Curry, just as sports figures, their coaches are not better basketball players than they are and never were.
Right.
But a mentor is somebody that's been there, done that. And in this case, it doesn't mean that they've been there, done that in the very thing that they're coaching you to doing. But in your case, and in what we do here with what we're going to do with Michael, what we're going to do with Malcolm and everything that we're going to be doing here is that we are mentors in that space with regard to your psychology, with regard to that brain that is triggering you on what to do.
Sure.
And so we have just a few minutes left, Malcolm, and what I want to do, actually we got about 10 minutes left. What I want to do is I want to talk to you about what is it that if you were to maybe give some tips to people that, obviously not everybody is an actor or even wants to be in that, but acting and what you've gone through is synonymous with any industry, if you will. What is it that made you persevere? If you were to synthesize it down to persevere when things got hard, you did talk about in the very beginning, you got some coaching, some influence from your mom, and got some coaching and influence from people around, and I'm honored to have been one of those people as well. And again, you've been my coach on a lot of things as well, because I come to you for things as well. But if you were to boil it down and you were to say to people that are listening right now, no matter what you're doing, do this, 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 and this, that will start you on that path of being able to be resilient. What is it about make you resilient, and what would you say makes other people resilient?
I think for me personally, and it took me a while to understand the psychology of it, but something as simple as morning rituals, right? So when I talk about I spent for so much of my life waking up and doing a gratitude list, waking up and making my bed, and again, I didn't really get the psychology of it until later in life, but there were certain, I think like the important thing about rituals is, you get in the habit of doing something that becomes so automatic that you do it whether you feel like it or not.
Right.
And I think in, whatever walk of life we're in, there are oftentimes things that we need to do to move us further ahead. And a lot of times we don't feel like doing it.
Yeah. A lot of times. And, what I found is it's those rituals that are, the foundation or just right there beneath the surface of everything, that even when I don't feel like doing it, there's an internal knowledge that understands that allows me to, not all the time, but most of the times allows me to bypass the I don't feel like doing it, because I understand the bigger picture. And a lot of times we get caught up in what's happening right now. And though we do need to be mindful to the present, there's also the bigger picture that is important to keep in mind as well, because it's like having a map, right? Or actually, I'll use the example of having a puzzle. When you get a puzzle, you don't just start putting the pieces together, right? You know how a puzzle works, so pieces fit together, but you have to have the picture. You have to know what this puzzle is supposed to look like, so you have some kind of direction. So oftentimes we can get caught up in, okay, well, let me, this is what's happening right now, and let me be disciplined for this right here, and let me do this over here, without having a bigger picture in mind. And it's the bigger picture that makes those daily things make more sense, because you could be doing a bunch of daily things that are not taking you down the direction you want to go, and you may not realize it's not the direction you don't want to go, because you don't have that map, you don't have the final picture of what that puzzle is supposed to look like. So for me, I've always kept in mind, okay, what's the goal here? Because I want to make sure, because there's a finite amount of time in each day, I want to make sure that my daily actions are getting me closer to the goal. So I'm not just spinning wheels, being busy just to be busy. Because it's very easy to be busy just to be busy, because we're supposed to be busy, right? It's so great. Jim Kwik, who was on earlier, said, keep the important things, I forget how he said it, keep the important things important and focus on those important things, versus, because it's so easy. And as I said before, we've all got one of these things that is designed to distract us and keep us our focus away from what we want to do. And I love the metaphor that you just gave with regard to the puzzle, and then being able to look at the picture first. I'm doing that. And I'll take it just a little bit further. And this is what's coming up, ladies and gentlemen. And that is this. What he's talking about is a vision, not a dream, a vision. In other words, when you look at that picture, when you go, okay, this is here's the picture on the box of the castle or the dog or whatever it is. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is what I'm going to do. And now let me take all these pieces to put it together. That is a vision. That's something that's permanent. That's the way it is. And I will venture to say that while you're building that picture, you don't just go, okay, let me forget about that vision and let me just go here. You keep looking at that picture over and over again to make sure that, oh, this goes here, this goes here. The difference between a dream and a vision is this. A lot of people have dreams. Dreams are temporary. Most of you don't even remember what you dreamt last night. Yeah. And even daydreams, we don't remember what they are. They feel good in the moment and they feel real in the moment. They feel like, okay, this is what I want and this is what I want to do. But they go away. And especially they go away because we get distracted so easily. I'm going to keep coming back to that, those types of distractions that are built into society right now. A vision, on the other hand, is a dream that is visited often with emotional intensity. Said differently, every time you look at that picture, you go, remember what I said, dopamine, oxytocin, and all the things that go through our system makes us feel good. The brain goes, oh, let's do this again. I can do this. I can do this. So starting with, as I said today, at the very beginning, I said what we're here for, what you want. Please remember this. If you write it down again, what you want, what you're here for is to be wealthy, healthy, happy, and financially abundant. And that's what it is. And so as you look at somebody like Malcolm, it's obvious, not just because you see this guy on television and not just because you've heard his music and so on and so forth. You can see this person right now. You're experiencing this person. I hope you feel his energy. That's why we have him here. And why you want to put yourself in the vicinity of a person like this as often as possible. Because you can see that this man is wealthy. I don't know if you noticed this, but I watched him light up, and I do every single time that he talks about his daughter and he talks about his wife and he talks about those things. And that's the way this person is. That's called being wealthy. That's called being wealthy. And so now you have some methodology behind it. Even if you only do what he said, wake up in the morning and do your rituals, your gratitude, and do the discipline of doing something even when you don't want to do it. And I will tell you, Mel, you're straight up on that. I'm in California. You know that. That's where you used to live, okay? Yeah, I'm in California, and it is maybe 45 degrees is as cold as it gets. That's way too cold for me. But every morning I will get up and I'll go for my gratitude walk. Every morning I'll get out and do it, even though I want to. That's discipline. Yeah. And so we just have a few more minutes left, Mel. And what I'd like you to do, if you would, kind of, if there's anything that you would leave everybody with regard to, a lot of things that you would say to people wherever they are in their journey right now, what to do to help them go further, faster.
Yeah. I'll just piggyback off of what you just said about the vision and revisiting the vision often. Because a lot of times we can have this vision and then have these goals, and then we get focused on achieving these goals. And oftentimes goals can, some days feel like drudgery. Yeah. And it's like, okay, well, I have to do this. I have to be disciplined because I have to reach this goal by this particular time. And oftentimes all it takes is revisiting the vision. Yeah. It's like the vision is the, I'm gonna give a really terrible analogy right now, but it's only because my brain is fried. But the vision is like Popeye's can of spinach.
Oh yeah, hey.
Right.
And by the way, some of these people, these youngsters don't even know who the hell Popeye is. Okay, so for context, let me tell you, you youngsters, you Gen Zers or Gen whatever you are, Popeye was this cartoon character that when he needed his strength, he'd eat a can of spinach. There it is. All right.
I just aged myself in front of all of these years.
It's sad that we have to do that now, but that's life now. You okay?
Yeah, but the vision is like is that jolt of reminder. Or like you said, the jolt of oxytocin. It's like, oh yeah, the reason I'm doing this is because I want that. Oh, yeah. And repetition doesn't have to be a boring thing. Repetition in a lot of cases is good because you need those reminders. Even like I say, even in my gratitude list, there's a lot of repetition there because I may be writing down something I'm grateful for that I was grateful for yesterday, but that gratitude is still hits me in the same place. So repetition does not have to be a bad thing, does not have to be boring. So if I would leave you with anything, I would say, define that vision and revisit that vision often. And I will say this too, meditation, people always talk about meditation. And for a lot of people, myself included for a long time, meditation just feels like hard. And how can you sit there and just be silent and be still, But meditation can actually be, you can take 3 minutes and just sit and think about your vision.
Yeah.
Right. You can just meditate on that vision. It doesn't have to be a complicated, new age esoteric thing. It could be just as simple as taking a few minutes and just thinking about that vision and letting your body feel all of those things that vision makes you feel. Your meditation could be as simple as that. Your morning ritual could be as simple as that.
Beautiful. Malcolm, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, also and we'll post it again, but what is your Instagram? And because I want people to go there, and also we're going to be doing some other things together as well.
Yeah.
We'll hear about that. Share with us
my Instagram is at Malcolm-Jamal War. My Facebook is Malcolm-Jamal Warner. And on Spotify or Apple Music or any of the digital streaming platforms, if you want to hear my music, it's Malcolm-Jamal Warner's Miles Long. If you just put Malcolm-Jamal Warner, you'll get a bunch of other collaborations and features. But if you want to hear my music and my poetry and the messages that I put forth from my heart, Malcolm-Jamal Warner's Miles Long.
And we'll put all that stuff up for you. Mal, I want to say thank you. I love you, brother. And
I love you back, Joseph.
Everybody will be hearing more from this as well. This is the real deal. We're going to go to commercial, but we'll be right back. Malcolm, I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
You got it. Peace, you guys.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, that was Joseph. I'm just going to have you here for a second. That was that was amazing. That's that kind of interview and banter, but to show what he's gone through, that the road is not always clear. It's like everybody talks about when we got to the moon, we were off course almost the whole way. And he's still moving forward. But the one thing he said to me that was really critical was that he reached out, right? He reached out to I love Claire Hux. He still has her mom's the name, but he reached out to her. And he was able, there's still a family, there's still a team, there's still people around him that support him, but will actually just tell him the truth. Yeah. And that, if I may, is what we're building here. You and I, and everything that we're doing here is that with Tribune and this partnership that we're doing here that's what we want to be that community, as Jim said earlier, that community, that family, that somebody that you can go to get some good that you're not going to get anywhere else. That's right. No, it's just amazing. Well, thank you so much. It's been great so far today. We're going to take it off to a panel now. I'm going to let you go for a minute. And then you're going to be talking with MJ Dama from Microsoft. And that is just phenomenal. And then everybody stay on because we're going to just do a couple-minute wrap at the end. Oh, Michael, I'm sorry to cut you off. I kept telling everybody I was going to give them a free gift, and I didn't tell them what it is. Give him the gift. So I want to give you some. I said in the very beginning, please forgive me. And that is this. I have something that now, whenever you're listening to this, it does not have to be the new year. Whenever it is, in terms of goal setting, I'm going to use New Year's resolutions as an example of what doesn't work. Okay. People do the same thing over and over again. My friend Deepak Chopra always says that 85% of all of the New Year's resolutions that people make are the same ones they made last year. That's synonymous with goals. And so I created something called the New Year's Evolution. And again, it's not just about New
New Year's. It is a step-by-step process. It's my gift to you, absolutely free. It's a process that if you go through this process, it is going to set you up for success. So your year could start right now. And go there. So you go to my Instagram. I know we'll show it up here, and that is I am Joseph McClendon. And if you look at in my profile, you'll see it right there, New Year's Evolution. You click on it and it'll be yours. Please take it, use it, make it your own.
That's fantastic. Yeah, Daniel and team, if you guys can post that, that would be great. Can you say it one more time, Joseph, just so everybody who's live listening can grab that?
Yes, I am Joseph McClendon. I think the spelling is right there on the screen there on Instagram. And just look on the profile and it says New Year's Evolution. You'll find it. You click on it. It'll give you the download. It is yours.
Fantastic. There it goes. They popped it on already. All right. Thank you so much, Joseph. We'll see you back in just a little bit with MJ from Microsoft.
Perfect.
You know, it's really great to have everybody here. And I want to know from the Los Angeles Tribune, myself and Mr. Mo Rock, we are always bringing amazing content. And that's the whole thing of the show is there's always more, right? Whatever day you're listening, whenever it is, however it goes, however it looks, whether it works or not, or technology goes up and down, right and left, you still power forward. You still make a difference. And I'm telling you, we have an amazing panel coming up of world-renowned speakers. And then we have MJ Dama from Microsoft, who's head of global. She's one of the global directors, and she just sees visions in a lot different way. I mean, you just look at all the users in all the countries, and she's traveled the world and spoke in front of LinkedIn and all the major companies. So we have a lot to go, but we're coming into that hour and 15 left where people have a tendency of they hit a little bit of that time where, okay, I need it, so get up, take a stretch, move around, have some fun, right? And then we go from there, and that will make a difference every single time. So with that being said, I'm going to bring up the panelists. Why? Because they're a lot of fun. Why? Because it's just great to have them on. Why? Because at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have people in by the way, write this down. We have the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. So if somebody could post in there, just go to the losangelestribune.com, click on podcast. You can see our podcasters, and you'll see as one of our podcasters, Mr. Jim Kwik, who is just brilliant at what he does. We have, and Malcolm show, it just goes on and on and on. Who's going to be part of it? Who's on there? Who's coming forward? Because we're all about making sure that everybody in the world is on the same page, helping each other. And that is just really an amazing time. So let's go ahead and bring them up to the stage. It is just a great day. There we go. Here comes these beautiful panelists. I love it, from all around the world. And we will probably have one more jumping on in just a couple minutes, and her name will be Jane. But it's great to have all of you on. You're from the United States, and we have somebody way out there. I mean, you're literally, I know I make fun of it all the time, but we had trainers from there, so I love it dearly. But you're in Tasmania, Jeff. So that is like the Antarctic, just removed by a couple feet. And it's great because, hey, there's those planes down in Australia that everybody gets on. They fly over the Antarctic, they look, they wave, and it just turns around and they fly back. I think it's the funniest thing. And that's not a short time. But it's really great to have all of you on, and it's been a great learning, and everything that we've seen today, from Jim Kwik to his really the mindset, how it works. Dr. Rebecca, who's just brilliant. I usually try to she's going to be with us. She's going to be doing a lot of shows with us because she's running a lot of the big neuroscience institutes. At the same time, she speaks for World Bank and UNICEF, and her vision is to make a difference and change the world. So with that being said, you have to look at an audience and they're going, who are you? So we're each going to take 30 seconds and let them know a little bit of who you are. And if you have a podcast, mention your podcast. Remember, people are really looking at podcasts to find out who you are. That's a big thing because they get the look and the feel, and you're not produced, and you're talking to me as an audience member. And with the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, we're very excited because we're helping change the planet, and we're making a difference, and we keep going on and on from there. So without that being, normally I would go right to the women, right? I would, because you're first, you're up, and I'm a gentleman. I open the door still. I do all that. But the man is beaming in from another planet. Let's let Mr. Jeff Ross go first.
I truly appreciate you, Michael. So I'm Jeff Ross, known as the capitated kangaroo. I'm a dad of 3 amazing boys from the island of Tasmania. We tend to get forgotten about off the main map of Australia, but we are here. I'm the host of the Laptop Lifestyle Dad Show. 20 years experience in affiliate marketing, a passion for helping frustrated marketers, especially the work from home mums and dads, help them to break free from overwhelm. I teach people how to master storytelling, social selling, and how to leverage that little thing called AI to help people make their first $10,000 a month online so they can focus on creating freedom and making memories with their family.
Yeah. And that's that biggest thing, because that becomes part of the legacy, right? It's like, how am I doing it for somebody asked, why am I doing this? And I said, my grandkids. And then I always get from my children, what about us? But it's, it's generational and generational. And even if nieces and nephews and cousins and whatever it is for you, it could be your turtle, right? They're going to inherit everything and change the world. Who knows? But that is really critical. All right, let's give it up to Lauren Fields.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the LA Tribune for this incredible event, and to Joseph for hosting so far. It's been amazing. I am a life design strategist, podcast host, TEDx speaker. The Fields Well podcast is my show. It features transformational life strategies for personal and professional growth. We talk all things psychology, mindset, wellness, and I realized I've been biohacking myself and my life for the past 10 plus years through studying at Institute for Integrative Nutrition. I just finished a master's in psychology, different life coaching practices, and now learning so much of what we aren't taught in schools through the LA Tribune and through these different summits. And I feel grateful to be able to be here and speak and to give that back.
Awesome. Welcome here. And it's always welcome to have you on. You've got that podcast that's just amazing. So keep rocking and rolling.
Thank you.
You're enjoying it way too much. I can tell you right now. When you know a true podcaster is because you're really, in a way, you're talking to yourself, even if you're doing interviews. And sometimes there's that, is anybody watching? Wow, 10 people downloaded. That's awesome. I mean, that's 100 people, 1,000, 1 million, whatever it is. But if you really, really, really love what you do, then that joy comes through every time. So, Skylar.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and just want to thank the LA Tribune for welcoming me and my podcast to the family. My press release just launched yesterday, so very grateful to be here. Yay. I am the founder and podcast host of Regardless. I've been building this podcast for about 4 years now. Before signing with the LA Tribune, I was with Sonoro, which is one of the largest, podcast distribution network companies out there for Latin America. And I was helping them tap into the US market. So very excited to continue to be expanding the Regardless name in the US. Regardless is not just a word. It is the mindset for 20-something women navigating the most toughest chapters in our life, including career, relationships, and well-being. And for me, all of these feelings of navigating our 20s, whether it's painful, confusing, scary, lonely, I'm here to remind 20-somethings that we always have a choice in the matter, that we can either stay sitting or we can stand up, walk forward, and move forward regardless. So ultimately, this is the hub where 20-something women to come to get that support, to get that empowerment through my podcast, as well as the platform that I'm building out right now. So very excited to be here, Michael. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Welcome. It's great to have that because it's the voice of whatever the generation, whatever the age is. It's good to hear it in that own voice. Mm-hmm. We actually are really excited. We're actually going to have a podcast starting in the next couple months with an amazing 18-year-old. So we'll tell you all more about that, how that works and how that goes. It's great to have that. And I think that really makes a difference as we do this. And did everybody realize too, that all the guests are keeping their answers to 30 seconds to that sort of that. And first of all, they've been trained with me a lot. But secondly, what you don't want if you ever host a show is your guest to go on for 3.5 to 5 to 6 to 7 minutes to 8 to 9. And people are like, I get it already. I get it. It's great to roll it around so you get that different feel and that different look. And that makes a difference every single time. All right, Alana.
Hi, Michael. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone out there. It's so great to be here. I'm looking at the snow outside, and I know a lot of you are in LA and across the ocean, and it's okay. I love the snow. My name's Alana. I'm a mindfulness coach, and my podcast is called Creating Abundance. So I have been having the time of my life during this entire event today. I'm like, yes, yes. Ooh, that's a good one. That's what I teach. Yeah, I believe that our thoughts create a reality. And so the more awareness you can bring to your thoughts, the better you can shift your reality to the one that you want to be living. Yeah, so that's what I do. And I love being part of Los Angeles Tribune. I started working with Michael just over a year ago, and it's just great to be here today.
Yeah, it's great to have you. And you spent we don't usually talk about this, but your husband's an astrophysicist who just won some fairly large awards, and you got to spend a month in Italy, and that's in your realm. Does that make sense? It's not just who we are, but it's all the other people in our realm, which is why we always used to talk about, if you're going to start a business, don't do it with your broke brother-in-law. Those are the kind of things, right, that make a difference. So congratulations to him and to you to have that in your realm. And you're creating, a massive amount of move in the universe. So just hats off to you. It's great every day. All right. And now another Aussie. Yes. Can you believe it? Not as far, not as close to the Antarctic, but really ready to play here, and has brought us some amazing Dr. Rebecca. That's why she was here. Let's give it up for Miss Jane Slack-Smith.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Well, kia ora. I'm actually across the ditch in New Zealand. So a little bit of today. So I am closer to the Antarctica. What a day. What a day. Just listening to Jim and what he said about, the 5 people you're around, and what you've just said about Alana, look at the people here on the panel. To be part of the LA Tribune and the incredible people is just an inspiration every day. And of course, Dr. Rebecca, and she's changed my life, the time I have been able to spend with her this year. And I'm just so glad that she can bring her goodness to this community, because it's just extraordinary. When you understand yourself and how your brain works, you can actually turn up in a better way. And that's what I try to do. I was an explosives engineer, and I was uncovering the gold from the muck. And now I just help people do that and uncover the beliefs that they have that are holding them back, so they can truly live their life and the gold and the richness that they want. And I do that with the Exit the Matrix podcast, and share stories of inspiration and success, so people can recognize those sliding door moments in their own lives.
I love it. That's fantastic. What a great byline. We got to talk more about that. I think that's just so awesome. So, and the greatest thing is that we are really opening up others, right? And we're making a difference with the show that you saw today, everybody, and the show that Joseph and I are going to have. I mean, Joseph, to me, is a mentor. Does that make sense? So I get to do now a show with a mentor, and that's what you want to find in your life. I have not spoken in front of 6 million people live. Let's be honest. I've done a lot, but not anywhere near that. And there's always something to learn. I think that makes a difference every day as we do this. There's always something to learn. And I think, as we move forward, we're going to just continue to create, become better at everything that we do. And that is just a great day for them to get that thought and that feel of what it is that they need to move their life. Because we go to events. People go to events all the time. We saw this for 30 years. They go to events, and like they said, the next day, the next year they come back and then nothing's happened. And Joseph talks about that a lot, and that's part of the gift that he gave out. So with that being said, it's a lot of times it's podcasts now. What is one book or podcast that really keeps you moving, or even started you off down this realm? And everybody write these down, because these are important. It might be something. Now, what I've told the panel is not everybody can be Think and Grow Rich, because then everybody will say, we all knew Think and Grow Rich. So, but what is that just keeps you moving every single day, or that you read, or that really that opportunity? I'm going to start with Alana this time.
All right. Well, of course, I was going to say Think and Grow Rich, but I just love former Buddhist monk Thich Nhat Hanh. I've just read almost every one of his 30, 50 books, and it's all about mindfulness. And it's just a reminder that all you really have to do is look out your window and see the beauty, and that relieves stress and that brings you into the present moment. And when you're able to come from a place like that, you can see opportunities. You can be more in touch with what's going on and make a bigger difference in your life and the lives of others. So I would say anything by him. And this will age me a little bit, but in the 1980s, he came out with a book called Peace is Every Step. And it was so simple. And it was really about walking. It was a walking meditation. And just earlier, Malcolm, I think it was, mentioned about how a meditation can be 3 minutes. And this is just walking and being aware of your foot touching the ground. When we get into our body and out of our head, life actually makes a lot more sense and you have more control, and it's a lot more fun.
And you did one thing in there. It's fun. And that makes a difference every single day. It's fun. So fantastic. Skylar.
Here we go. Mute off. Awesome. So for me, this is a really tough question. Right now, and this is me being completely honest with you all that are listening, but I'm currently going through one of the most challenging chapters I've experienced thus far, being 27 years old with a recent layoff, which is actually a gift because I now get to pursue this full time, which is unbelievable. And I can now see the gift. And then 3 weeks ago, my boyfriend of 2 years broke up with me. And the two main resources that are allowing me to really have my own back throughout this process and to continue regardless of what went down, move forward and pick myself back up, has been Mel Robbins. She's incredible. I've been a fan of hers for many, many years. But her recent 2 podcasts were actually with her younger daughter about heartbreak. And so that podcast has been everything and more for me to listen to and to really let them, whether it's a layoff, whether it's a heartbreak, let them. And then also my mom, who is a marriage and family therapist, and literally my lifeline throughout this process, calling her like for 2 hours every day, doing deep, deep therapy and work. And honestly, my community, being very authentic, real and raw about what I'm currently experiencing right now, because I found that my community has not only keeping me accountable, but also supporting me and knowing that we're all in it together. And regardless of what's showing up, we'd rather grow through it together. So Mel Robbins, my mama, and my community.
You know, and it's so here we go again. You said community.
Yeah.
And it's that community every single day that really makes, and Mel Robbins, that she's fantastic. So, and actually we'd like to talk to you about that, you know, and what you do with that. But did everybody hear the word community and how that makes a difference? And that community piece is what drives everything that we're doing. So remember that, everybody. It's that community. That's why we're here. We're in a community. That's why we're doing what we're doing. We have trainers going worldwide. We have a media company that is looking at it differently, looking at it. You are family. We are community, and we're going to do this together. And what does that mean? You know, we just had the big Japan show. You know, we took Dan Kennedy and did the whole thing in Japanese because it's building a community worldwide, no matter what the language is. And we're going to start translating everything into Mandarin, and we're going to just, and in Spanish, and it's not even AI. We have real translators doing it. So it's natural language. It's a language that they use, and it's just really exciting. All right, Jane.
Oh gosh, such a big question for me. I read 4 or 5 books at a time. So, you know, on my table at the moment, I've just bought the latest Limitless by Jim Kwik because I thought I'd get up to date with the latest in his insights in AI, etc. I'm reading the Stoics. It's amazing, you know, neuroscience, quantum physics. So, you know, I'm always reading across many, many different areas. But it's interesting you said Think and Grow Rich, because just before you said that, there's 2 books that have really resonated with me recently, and by Napoleon Hill, Outwitting the Devil. And I think it's probably the only book I've reread more than twice. And, you know, the fact that it came out in the 1980s and he suppressed it and his family suppressed it for so long because they were worried about what institutions would think of people understanding the limits that are placed on us about society. And also Neville Goddard and his work, a contemporary of Napoleon Hill, and his work around understanding the Bible from actually a really incredible insights rather than a religious orientation. And I'm really enjoying those at the moment. And podcasts, I listen to lots of podcasts. I use an incredible little app that allows me to listen to a lot and just grab little pieces and send them to my community that resonate. But I'm listening to podcasts on how to create a great story and how to create a great book and market it, because I'm about to launch a book in 2025.
Fantastic. Welcome. It's the information that we bring out there, and it's really how we do that and how that looks. I think it just makes a huge difference every day. And by the way, for those of you listening, we have had over 1,000 comments already, and they're just pouring in. Keep the comments going, because we watch the comments. I look at what people are looking at and what they're asking, and you can ask questions. And I think that question piece is really simple. And I also put in the place, and I'll do it again really quick, because you're going to watch me multitask, and I can do this, once in a while. The team's like going, oh, please don't shut down the stream. So by the way, we once had a stream. Let me put this. Make sure you register. There we go. It's in the comments right now, because not only are you going to get a chance to be on a guest on Joseph McClendon's new show, but we have gifts to give away. So make sure that you register. It's sitting in there right now. But also be careful what buttons you push, because you talk to people and you push buttons. And we had a show we had about 500 people on. We had 3 channels going. We had 4 breakout group going, and I hit end all instead of leave broadcast. So, it's the kind of thing where I've never seen more text in my life. This was during COVID, by the way. I got text, and so I did the natural thing that most people do. I started to sweat, right? And we all do that. And I'm thinking, what book did I read to get me through this? And nothing's working at the moment. And then I finally get a text from the producer of the show going, it's okay. It's all right. Take a breath. Now get it frickin' working again. So, it's the kind of thing where you just got to take that step back for a moment. But the book, I was right, Think and Grow Rich, is just sitting on the shelf. I'm thinking maybe I'll go take a holiday for a week right now. And just, there you go. Lauren's got it, and turn it off. But it's those things that keep you moving. It's not just in the times when things are rolling. There you go. I think you guys are awesome. It's what keeps you going when things like that happen. What keeps you going at that moment where you think, for those of us who've had pain in our life, whether it's mental or physical or a slip disc, and you think, or for those of you who've had, by the way, this is not medical, but for those of you who have kidney stones, I pray for you every single day, because my wife has said that is worse than giving birth. So, but what keeps you going during those times? And that's what you're always looking for. And sometimes it's just a mentor, but you can't always call somebody. So look for those things in your house, even that you can look at and go, yes, that is that magnetic attraction. Joseph talks about that a lot. All right, now I have no idea who Jeff.
Yeah. So I suppose sitting here thinking, there's been a lot of books that have quite profoundly transformed my life over the last 10 years. Been a student on leadership and all things leadership. But the 2 books that come to mind are How to Influence People and Win Friends by Dale Carnegie. That's been a really powerful skill to learn. As someone who was bullied as a kid at school, I really had to master the art of how to influence people and win friends. And the other one that comes to mind is Story Brand by Dollard Miller. And just, mastering the art of storytelling. You look throughout the history, thousands of years, that has been the main marketing tool, the main communication tool that we all gravitate towards. And learning how to become an effective communicator through the art of storytelling is a very powerful tool. So that's something that I've become a student of. I've mastered it, and I'm teaching it. And so it's that whole learn, do, teach model. But there's also one other really profound book. I'm hearing the main key theme of today's discussion, with Joseph and Jim Kwik and all of the other amazing speakers. And one of the key themes is resilience. And the big theme that has helped me through, the book that helped me through really learning how to start that mastering resilience was Jim Rohn and Seasons of Life. And just understanding that we all go through seasons of life. And my mother, God bless her, she's always said it. There's one thing that we can guarantee you in life, and that's change, right? We just got to roll with the punches sometimes, but learning how to embrace change and fall in love with it and be part of the process has been a really profound impact on my life in this last decade.
Yeah. And it is those, you never know where it's going to come from. Does that make sense? And sometimes, especially, do you remember as teenagers when our parents would tell us something with the things we thought that, yes, anyways. And it is that when you're in a different season of life or things that go on or how that presents to you, that's profound and really makes a difference. And for those of us who are uncles and aunts and parents and grandparents, you know what I mean. And pet owners, for the love of gosh, it's just, there's a learning from everything. I learned more as a teenager from my turtle that just did what it wanted to do when it wanted to do than the two dogs and the cat. Does that make sense? You just don't know where the learning's going to come from. And every day we move forward in that. All right, Lauren.
So often when we're not feeling good about our lives, or maybe we're in a low moment, we're focused outward trying to change things out of our control, people, situations, events. And so I really tried to go inward and focus more on mindset, and study longevity and neuroscience. And so I want to state Andrew Huberman's Huberman Lab podcast, because I really like finding out all the things we can do to make ourselves feel better internally, whether it has to do with eating habits, sleeping, mindset principles, etc. And then I want to share a TV series, which is Dr. Joe Dispenza. He's one of my favorite scientists and speakers, and it's called Rewired on Gaia Network. And that is an amazing show I recommend tuning into. And I have to plug Jim Kwik's Limitless because I've been listening to it. And a few things like today, I had my brain food. I had my eggs, avocado, leafy greens. I brushed my teeth with my left hand. All of these things can help rewire our brains and create new neural pathways. And so our thinking isn't fixed. And all of these different tools and shows and podcasts can help us figure out how to start to live kind of a new version of ourselves by rewiring our brain.
Yeah, that's a great, it is those little things that we do, right? The things that we don't, Lauren, that's a great thing because it's the little things we don't think about. And it's those little things that sometimes can make such a big difference. And of course, I'll tell everybody, it's like, so I'm left-handed, but I do everything else with my right hand. So I write with my left, and I normally reach with my right. So I don't even know which hand is which most of the time. And it's the kind of thing where I used to throw a football right-handed because that was my learned behavior. I could throw it right-handed. It was not a problem. I throw it left-handed, even though I'm left-handed. It's the laughter that happens until I don't do that ever again. But it's how we do those things that we're willing to step out and say, I'm still going to do it. I'm going to rewire. It's going to feel uncomfortable. And it's getting through that discomfort that, again, moves us forward because we are always looking for joy. That doesn't mean that it's always going to be joyful. That doesn't mean that, and part of, this is in so many, we're not going to go religious, but in so many suffering, right? Suffering is what we go through. So what do we do while we're going through that? How do we get through that? And how do we keep ourselves on that right page without always having to be status quo? Life's not about status quo. And a lot of us try to sit in that. I just want to be happy all the time. I want to be happy all the time. And it's not going to be there. And then how do you help others move through? And I think that's the big thing. So you guys have been amazing. I've got one last question, which audience, this is critical because they're going to give you. So I'm teeing them up so they know. This is how you tee them up, right? Because I never give them a script, by the way. They never know. And I could change questions all the time. But it's going to be one thing that they can leave you with that you can start doing today. It might be a morning routine. It might be something you can say to yourself repeatedly. Whatever that is, it's going to be one thing. So write these things down because typically one thing's going to resonate with you. Not all, maybe, you never know. But even in a show like this, you're looking for one thing. All right, let's lead off with Alana.
Only one thing. I watched a clip earlier about with Joseph McClendon, and he reminded me of a tool I used years ago, which is to self-talk, right? And to look in the mirror every morning and say something positive to yourself. Alana, I love you. And if you're not used to it, it's kind of mind blowing. So try that. Say something positive, not egocentric, but something that you desire in a relationship with others. And as you implement that with yourself, it starts to rise up in your relationships with others. So that was just a reminder. But what I do every single morning is I dedicate time to meditation. And for me, that's sitting on a cushion and coming into a place of stillness so that I can, it's almost like it just resets me or sets me up for the whole day. It's where I can see, where am I truly at, whether in a good mood or not? Am I aching anywhere? How am I feeling? Supported, community, spiritual? And then setting my intention for, how do I want to be? How do I want to? And a few people talked about this, the end result. At the end of the day, you can set yourself up at the beginning of the day. So that's pretty cool. But setting your intention and knowing where you're at the very beginning of the day.
Awesome. Fantastic. Everybody got that? All right. There's comments on it already. I love it. So it makes that difference. Thank you, Ilana. Skylar.
Yes. So I'm going to give you all something that I end every podcast episode with. And this has ultimately been my rock, my compass, how I pivot in times of the unknown, or just honestly really challenging times that feel like there's sandpaper to the soul experiences. So I'm going to leave you guys with a regardless statement. And this can be anything. You can either start your mornings with this. If you're having an SOS moment at work or just in your personal life, maybe you end the Zoom call by accident, you can plug in a regardless statement. Or maybe this is how you end your day. And for me right now, I'm going to share a very personal regardless statement with you. But essentially, it's really just to fill in the blank. And it's regardless of blank, I am blank. So for me right now, sharing with you all, regardless of heartbreak, regardless of rejection, this is redirection. And now I get to create what I want to with this. And I'd rather grow through it. So I'll leave you with that. Create and build something that feels juicy and will help you grow. So regardless, we've got this.
Love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's awesome. All right, Jane.
Well, I'm going to have to attribute this to Dr. Rebecca, because she really gave me this gift, and it's kind of like a blueprint of success that I have a morning routine and an evening routine. But I'm going to give you the one thing that changed everything at night that I do now. And I'd heard people talking about journaling, and I have to say, Michael, I was kind of a bit, yeah, you really? But I now understand, the cerebral spinal fluid needs to go up and clear out the brain and get rid of the plaque. And we need 7 hours sleep. And to get good quality sleep, we need to tell our brain what we want to retain and what we want to lose. So we're not processing it during the night. And just that act of journaling and just saying, hey, this is what went well today for me. This is what I could do better. So I'm getting the oxytocin. I'm setting my brain for tomorrow on how I could turn up better. But I'm also getting rid of the stories and things I don't need to process. And I shared this with my 17-year-old son just as he was going to exams last week. And he said, I'm not going to sleep tonight because I've got an exam. I said, just write it all down. And the next morning I spoke to him and said, Mum, it changed everything. So sometimes #Mum can get it right as well. So yeah, journaling at the end of the night.
I love it. That's fantastic. And it's always great too, because when you give that with an example, right? People love examples, metaphors, and stories. So it helps them really lock it in. That's just fantastic. Jeff.
I love what Dr. Rebecca said about, throwing out Maslow's hierarchy of core needs out the window and coming in with, trust, belonging, and mattering matters. And, there's 3 sort of really powerful things. And I love what Skylar was saying about community and how the LA Tribune is all about community. And, that's been a really important part of my journey for the last 12 months is creating community so we can do it together. But community happens in conversations, right? So the one thing I want to leave our listeners today with is commit to one conversation a day. Reach out to that one person in your network that you've been wanting to talk to, whether it's a potential customer, a fellow marketer, someone you want to collaborate with, or even just someone you want to reconnect with. Yeah. And be completely present with them, and so when we're present and we communicate in the style, this is how trust is actually developed. Yeah. So focus on genuinely asking them about their day, about their challenges. Offer to help. Be that servant-hearted leader and lead with service, and just be a simple listening ear. My wife and I started an online church this year just to, help build a community where people mattered, where we did the good, the bad, the ugly together. And I'm going to reference Steve Ramona here, and it was basically ask, shut up, listen, and ask. It's a beautiful communication tool, and that S part, as someone who's got ADHD and loves to talk underwater with a mouthful of marbles, talking to a deaf dog in the corner of a round table, I've had to learn how to shut up and just be present and completely in the moment. And that's where true relationships are developed, and we can really see people for where they're at and meet them where they're at. And then when we've got that trust together, we can do amazing things together. And it's 1 + 1 = affinity.
Awesome. Fantastic. It's great. Remember, 2 ears, 1 mouth every single time. All right. That's so awesome, Jeff. And Lauren.
I like to pick a word to live by for the year. And my word for 2024 was action. And I feel like so often we're waiting for opportunity to present itself, to call us, to text us, to email us. But what I've learned is that action creates opportunity. So my advice for all of you listening and watching this today is to take action. And that's what I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's give our panelists what's called a thunderous round of applause. You can put a 1 in the chat and just let them know, but I'll tell you, there's been comments the whole way through. I want to thank you so much. This has been a great day because it's great to hear from others. It's great to hear from those that are doing this. It's because, we've had Joseph McClendon, Jim Kwik, Malcolm-Jamal Warner, Dr. Rebecca Great. And now we're about to move into our next piece. Our next piece, panelists, this is amazing. It's MJ Dama. She's one of the global directors at Microsoft, and she's seeing the world from this perspective and she's going to bring us more people, she said, because she loves working with us and what we're doing. And the other thing too is for those of you listening and those of you in LA, we're going to be in LA January 16th at the Barnes & Noble. And we have Sheila E. We have so many people coming, but I'm also bringing down from Seattle, Trevor Boone, who owns a vintage guitar shop, and his guitar shop sells the guitars. Like when I was on the plane, this is one of those stories. I'm on a plane, we're flying down, there's a guitar next to me in first class with its own seat. And I'm like, Trevor, I don't know who he is, but I got to ask. And he's a young kid about to have a baby, and he owns the shop. It's moving on to him. And he's like, well, the guitar is going to be played tonight by Metallica. And then it's Jason Moa has bought the guitar. So I'm going to hang out with him. We're going to all hang out the show. And he says, this is what I do every week. And I said, wait a second, you have a story to tell. He says, well, we've been YouTubing. His dad was with the Romantics and other bands. And I said, and so here's going to be a new podcast. I'm going to meet with him next week. And he does this like every week. This is just his life. And but his passion for music and his passion for the story and the transition and what it means. I'm really excited. And he's going to be there January 16th too. And he's flying down to hang out with us and bring some of the people that he works with and knows. But you'll see in this, I call him a young kid, the passion that comes across. Oh, I should have him bring a guitar and play. We have to talk about that. So it's going to be just amazing. So January 16th in LA at Barnes & Noble, The Grove. It will be on our Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network site, and we'll have you all there. Panelists, you're amazing. Team, get ready to take us to commercial. Say goodbye, and you guys are awesome. We'll see you soon. Commercial time.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back. It is me, your friendly neighborhood Joseph McClendon III, and I have the privilege of introducing you to somebody that's probably a lot of you already have heard about or know. Her name is MJ Dama, and she is, just say the least, a thought leader, an influencer of sorts, and has done a lot for making a difference in people's lives. And rather than to embarrass myself and try and tell you about her, I'm going to let her do that as well, because she's got an unbelievable story, an unbelievable background in what she does. MJ, welcome to this session.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. And yes, for those of you who might have any kind of vision impairment, I am a woman with hair styled like a blonde pompadour, and my pronouns are she and they, and just gender fluid. And I work for Microsoft Advertising, and my role there is the head of inclusive business impact. And I am so excited to be here and talking with you. Part of my journey.
Wait, hold for a second.
Yes, yes.
The hairstyle is spectacular. And then secondly, you kind of glossed over that, the head of Microsoft. You glossed over that. And that is a big deal. And what I said earlier with regard to changing people's lives, that means Microsoft is in every single human being on the planet's life right now, which means that you've touched everybody. Share with us a little bit more about that. And then I want you to kind of share a little bit about, your background and what brought you to where you are, what you do, and what you're passionate about.
Thanks for slowing that down and really focusing on the role that I have, head of inclusive business impact. So Microsoft's mission is to empower every person in every organization on the planet to achieve more. So right there, if you think about that statement, it is already inclusion built into our mission statement. And it's really a business model. We want to help everyone be able to achieve as whatever their heart's desire is, and any organization. And so when we think about inclusion, it is a innovation driver. It is a growth driver. We seek to ensure that systems in place are rooting out how we might be accidentally excluding someone from a product, service, or experience. And so part of this role, by the way, I created. It didn't exist before. I didn't interview for it. I actually lobbied early on when I had a profound experience. I came back to Microsoft. I had left under the previous CEO. And then I had a group of friends that were like, you have to come back. We are getting this guy. His name is Satya Nadella, and you're going to love it. He's going to change the culture at Microsoft. You should come back. And I was listening because lots of parts of Microsoft I had missed. So I went back and I heard our senior leader in our division of Microsoft Advertising at the time. His name is Rick Vanderkooy. He has moved on since, but he said 13 words or so, plus or minus a few, that changed my life. He said, no matter what gender, ethnicity, or sexual orientation you are, you belong here and you have a role to play. I had never heard the phrase sexual orientation said out loud. And then from someone that high up at Microsoft. And
if you don't mind me asking, what year was that, MJ?
This was 2014. Go back 10 years.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
And 10 years ago, that was pretty wow. And I started to realize it wasn't just him saying, I was like, every manager at the time was genuinely trying to figure out what is diversity and inclusion? What does it mean to practice that? And more, it comes down to valuing lived experience from a wide variety of people. And I started feeling valued for my ideas instead of showing up to a meeting and agreeing with everyone. I started to actually raise my hand and say, well, what about this? And what about that? I started doing the best work of my life. Full stop.
Am I asking what made you leave? Because you said you previously worked before.
Yeah.
Why did you leave before?
Simple answer, culture. The culture was not the same as it is today. I think at the time it was super, they did this system of stack ranking and super competitive, almost like getting graded on a curve. You could be doing really well, but then you're like at the bottom of the barrel, and it just was disheartening. And that's not the way that it's done today. We are rewarded for building on the work of others, for creating things that others could build upon, and truly making an impact in a collaborative culture versus a competitive culture. It's like night and day. And I absolutely love that philosophy. Yeah.
That is spectacular. And so when your friends, so they know you left because of that, when your friends who encourage you to come back, did they see that coming because of this individual, those 13 givers that take a few words?
Well, yeah, for sure. They saw it coming because of Satya Nadella's, the way that he was encouraging the growth mindset. Carol Dweck, psychologist who wrote Mindset. In fact, that book was seminal in helping, I think, change the direction of the culture at Microsoft, because the story goes is Satya's wife, recommended he read this book. And it's the idea that you may not know everything, that, don't be fixed in this is the way we've always done things. It's about having an open mind to looking at the possibilities that I may not be seeing everything from, all the angles, because we only have our lived experience, and the world is vastly different, as we know, from everyone's, lived experience. And so people heard that, and they knew like what I was passionate about even before I knew that this could become a role. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. So I interrupted you, but go on. So you
So to make a long story short, like just my role in and of itself, I said to my manager at the time, Nikki Smith, and her boss, Steve Cyrick, and this is in the marketing department within Microsoft Advertising. I said, I want to take my 15, 20 years of advertising experience, and I don't want to throw all that away and go into D&I and HR because I don't have any HR experience. But what if I took inclusion and advertising and put them together, like the Venn diagram of that? What could we do with that? What does that look like? Because what happened to me is if I did the best work of my life, feeling included, how do we scale that to our customers? How do we scale that in marketing? How do we scale that in advertising? And they supported funding to do research. And my coworker, who is the market researcher, Kelly Kemery, and I, we partnered and we did a piece of research called The Psychology of Inclusion and the Effects in Advertising with Gen Z. And she did a phenomenal job at running the study, 90-minute interviews with a very thoughtfully chosen collection of Gen Zers from around the United States with very different backgrounds. We made sure they had different political views, abilities, genders, ethnicities, age within Gen Z, right? And locations. And we strove to understand what does inclusion mean to them and what does exclusion mean to them. And we started to figure out how to actually, from a branding standpoint, from a communication standpoint, what makes people feel seen and heard and understood, and does it have an impact? And what we found was it creates brand love, brand trust, and those two are highly correlated. And those two things together create loyalty and an increase in purchase intent. And
so the only reason I'm going to stop is because I have questions about some of the things that you're saying as you're going along. You asked the question, what is it that makes people feel included? What are the things that make them feel included? Can you share some of those things? What are some of the things that could, for those of us that are looking to maybe not duplicate, but utilize some of what you're saying? What would you say some of those things are that make people feel included?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's different ways that people feel included. And it really depends on the medium that we're talking about. If we're talking about, say, language, for example, if there's a ad copy or language that you're using that makes someone feel joy or trust, those are the two main feelings of feeling included, joy and trust. So you've got to think about the scenario and then what the antithesis of that, like if there is And our specialty, obviously, I come from Microsoft advertising. If I'm thinking about an ad, if you're running a small business and you know your customers are not very confident in a particular area and your service is there to make them feel more confident, how do you describe what your product truths are to make them feel confident in the choice that you are the right solution for them? And so inclusion is really about personalization. Personalizing the message, personalizing the solution or experience to meet the need of a person. I want to really emphasize, nowadays we sometimes hear that diversity and inclusion is under attack.
Yeah.
But in actuality, what's under attack is bad business.
Right.
If you want to do well in business, you're going to do personalization. You're going to personalize really well. There's even a McKinsey study out there recently that says companies or brands that personalize and do it well drive 40% more revenue. And so 2 main feelings, and there's 12 feelings of inclusion: clarity, confidence, relief, acceptance, safety. Like if there's something that makes someone feel safe, that also is a type of feeling seen and understood. Certainty, contentment, celebration, zest, relaxation, and then the two main feelings, joy and trust. And then from an imagery standpoint, there are 3 metaphors. Humans think in metaphors too.
Yes.
There's imagery that is really powerful. And what we found was there are connection, openness, and balance. So in any type of imagery, not making one person more prominent than another, that there's balance, that there's a conveyed openness, and that there's some kind of connection between humans. Images that have humans in it versus images that don't have humans in it. And when I say connection, it could be like, someone's hugging someone or has their hand on their shoulder or just in some way touching. Those are just
you're doing things to trigger people to feel that, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
To convey connection and then make them feel that.
Yeah, this is really interesting because in Neuro Encoding, we say is, and it's part of the foundation of what we do, is to be able to find out what that person wants is paramount to helping them get what they want. Whether you're going to be marketing something to them or whether you're going to be helping them with a challenge that they have. And I always say this, and that is that if you don't ask in some way, matter of fact, that's one of the first things that we always do is, what do you want? What do you want? And that's not always necessary. And again, this intersection between being able to speak to somebody one-on-one, which is what I'm assuming maybe you did with your study groups and the people that you work with, Gen Zs, or be able to ask them these questions. But I always say that if you don't ask people what they want, on some level, they know you don't know what they want. And so they can and probably will feel like you're trying to get them to do something for you and not for them. So they feel
That's a good point.
Yeah. And so that's why, so again, and I'm just sort of playing devil's advocate because I know that, you're talking about, you come from a place where you've done a lot of research, a lot of study on people so that you can create something, and correct me if I'm wrong, you can create something that is going to, from a broad spectrum, be able to impact as many people as possible. Am I on the same page? Okay.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's a broad stroke. And I think that this kind of asking the question of what do you want should be done by any business, because every business is different and there's nuances and there's golden nuggets. You could be the hero to your customers in ways that you couldn't imagine without asking, right? And all of a sudden they give you the idea of the opportunity that no other business is fulfilling, perhaps, right?
They hand over the keys. They hand over the keys to what you were talking about, their mindset. They adjust their mindset.
I also wanted to bring up this interesting connection, and I'd love to hear your thoughts too on this, is I was reading a neuroscientist, his name is Antonio Damasio, and he discovered that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm paraphrasing, that humans cannot make a decision without accessing their emotion.
Oh, don't get me started, woman. Do not get me started, because that is the absolute truth. And there are, if I might go on a little bit of an offshoot, and that is it. So we get 3 parts of our brain. Yeah, we got many parts of our brain, but the 3 parts that are in that decision-making process, we have our anterior cortex.
Yep.
We've got our amygdala, and then we've got something called our anterior cingulate cortex. And all 3 of those things work. All brain whole works together. But the amygdala is emotion. That regulates our emotion. Okay, our anterior cortex, that is going to regulate our not just our self-esteem, but our self-worth and all of those things. And that's where our identity lies. But then that anterior cingulate cortex is going to tell us which decision it's going to make, whether I'm going to do something. I always say that's the part of the brain that says get up and move, or not, and not is moving as well. And all of them come down to input comes in from whatever, and it causes us to think using those pieces of the brain, all of our brain together. And that think is always going to produce an emotion. And from that emotion, then we're going to make that decision. So, and I asked you, don't get me started, because that's how we roll up in here. And that is it. And that is really and again, I have the opportunity to be able to speak one-on-one with people and or one on thousands of live people, crowd, things like that. And yes, what you're doing, which I love the intersection, is that you're speaking to maybe even millions of people without, and it's just like right now, you and I are talking, and those people anybody that's listening and watching this right now, there's some people are going, oh, that's really interesting. And some people are going, I don't even understand that. Whatever, the ability to, and correct me if I'm wrong, the ability to impact as many people and go to those places where we can not just, not assuming that everybody's the same, but touch those touch points. So everybody's going to go, okay, that makes me feel connected. How am I doing?
I mean, honestly, that is exactly it, is we want to make people feel connected, seen, heard, and understood. And so no matter what part of life you apply this to, whether it's a friendship or you're a business owner, having deliberate curiosity about that other person you're trying to build a friendship with, or a customer, that is where the magic happens. That's where we build businesses and lifelong friendships, right? And so one of the things that I think is also, like, if we take it a little bit step further, when we think about Copilot, right? It's our AI tool, and we teach people how to use that. And it's an assistant, right? It's your personal assistant to do so many different things. When you think about telling it what you want, one of the things that I look at, a lot of times people call it prompting, but it's almost like writing a brief. Like give your assistant a brief from top to bottom of like all the context and everything. I wrote an article, and you can look it up, and it's called Inclusive Prompt Engineering: How to add a boost of performance to your ad copy. And it's all about these feelings. And of course, it has to be based in truth. This is not about manipulation. This is about aligning it to product truths, because at the end of the day, trust is lost in buckets and only gained in drops. And so it has to be in lockstep with what is true for your product, your brand, and even yourself. Like, again, I'll go back to like building a friendship. You should promise what you can deliver. And that's part of another piece of research we put together, Trust Drivers of Brands. And when we looked at that piece of research and the psychology of inclusion, it was almost like seeing the Matrix. It was 3 core building blocks to trust: responsibility, values, and inclusion. So inclusion is one part of a 3-part stool that builds trust. Inclusion is one. And then the other 2 are really, I would say responsibility as table stakes. It's like foundational. You do what you say you're going to do. You give customers control over their data, things like that. Accessibility, compliance topics, abiding by laws and things like that. And then also values, something that I think sometimes it's a hard thing to not sound polarizing, but you cannot argue with every human values health.
Of course not, because
and opportunity, right?
Mhm.
And then there's binding or connecting values that we all hold, and I think that is something that's important.
Can I jump in for a second? And
Yes.
that is, there is that assumption that we all hold them. However, there are. It's been my experience that not everybody holds the same values that we do. We may say that these certain things, honesty and not hurting another person, those are common values that we all hold. And increasingly so, there are more and more people out there that don't hold those values and that are influenced another way. And
there's definitely shifting of values for sure.
My personal belief is that, and like you said, we're not persuading somebody, and we're not coercing or being dishonest about it. I believe that by influencing people and showing, telling, and helping them feel something other than what they have been indoctrinated to feel, we're doing them a favor. We're doing them a service, because if we don't do that, they're going to continue on a path. And again, I'm not saying this is trying to be altruistic and saying that my values are the ones that are the most important. I will say though, for a society to be able to function at a healthy level, you're going to have some values that are in common, and to be able to touch those in people, make them go, oh, even make them remember them, because so many people, and I know I'm preaching to the choir as I say this, so many people get lost going down that rabbit hole called scrolling on their phone, and oh my God, this and that kind of thing, and then they're away, and they're being influenced and impacted to feel something other than that compassion and that type of thing that we want to include other people. I mean, right now, and again, don't get me started, right now here in the US, there are, like you said, the whole concept or the whole conversation about DEI is a bad word, or a set of bad words for a lot of people. They're triggered to go, oh, that's this, I'm losing something. It makes people mad, versus going, well, wait a minute. It's inclusion. It's inclusion. And we should all be included in the good things in life, if you will. And what my personal belief is that somebody like yourself, you have the opportunity, because you've got so many touch points with so many people, you have the opportunity, and obviously are doing it, to be able to impact people to go, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this feels good. Let me move in that direction. And then moving in that direction is going to help a lot of other people as well.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you said, that, not all of us have the same values. Like, that's true. And when we think about that, I'm not saying that we need to be everything to everyone. And I think what I want to ground us in is authenticity, right?
No, I love it. Love it.
Yeah. And that is the number one brand attribute to building trust. And I also think you can relate to that, if you're listening, when you're at a party and you're meeting new people, and there's someone who's really straightforward, and they tell you who they are and what they're about, and they give you, a really good description of what they like, and you have the opportunity to either be like, oh, I align with that, or I don't. But you have all the information, and you can trust in that person. You can trust that person that is what they're saying, and you have that opportunity to connect, even if you don't agree. There's this sense of connection because you understand where they're coming from. Whereas someone's that, hangs on that outskirt and kind of is not engaging and not giving you any information, it's hard to understand who they are, to even formulate any kind of what they're about, hence authenticity. Yeah. And so I just bring that up because in the face of exclusion, which is, opposite of inclusion, and feeling connected is like inclusion, and feeling disconnected, we found you have two choices: to protect or to figure out a way around that and connect. Protect or connect. And that is from our study. And so when we think about any kind of scenario that this applies to, whether it's building friendships or building a brand, if we are trying to build a business and grow audiences that we're trying to reach, we need to ask those questions like we were talking about earlier is, what is it that you want? And so we don't create a feeling in someone that they have to protect themselves or push away, but they leave the door open for connection.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, even asking that question sometimes and then answering that question. What is it that you want? Do you want this? Do you want that? Do you want this? Do you want that? Maybe, because I always look at it like this. I love that example that you used. You have somebody that's on the outskirts that's being a little bit more withdrawn versus the person that's being up front. Sometimes the person that's being up front, the tone of their voice and the way that they are, that'll cause distrust. I've seen people, I'm going to jokingly say this, so if I offend anybody out there from New Jersey or New York, I'm sorry.
I was born in New Jersey.
All right, so you're the perfect example. If you're on the West Coast, well, I'm out here on California, we might consider your straightforwardness to be rude.
That's why I moved to the West Coast.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so however, that person is being authentic, and that's just the way that they are. And the person that's on the outside, that's out there, in just these few minutes that we have left, and correct me if I'm wrong, part of what your outcome is when you said that mission statement up front is to even the person that was on the outside, to impact them in a way that makes them go, wait a minute, let me listen up, let me move in, because that's talking about something that is important to me as well. Is that fairly accurate?
Yeah, that's really accurate. And I love Jersey, for the record. I just wanted to.
I was just there. It's just like I said, I'll just use that example because somebody.
No, that's exactly the example I use when I try to teach the difference between tone and feelings, right? So if you're using AI and you really want to land eliciting a feeling from someone, say like whatever it might be, the tone of that copy, the tone of the way so what I usually give an example is some people love sarcasm and some people are offended by it.
Exactly.
Some people think it's so funny and some people are like, oh, that's just
and in
terrible.
This day and age, you don't know.
It's like the tone is really important to get right. And so from the technology standpoint, we have to be participating. A wide variety of people need to be using Copilot and all AI so that we shape it to be a better reflection of the breadth of humanity.
Absolutely. And will become. And listen, I can go on and I would love to talk more, and we will. And I'd love to pick your brain more. And I'm sure everybody that's listening would like to do that as well. And we're going to run out of time here real shortly. So is there one single thing that you would say to everybody that would help them recognize, wait a minute, it's about inclusion. Is there anything that you would leave everybody with before we shoot off to commercial?
I think the very most important thing is inclusion is personalization, and personalization for anyone drives growth, whatever business you're in. So inclusion is personalization.
Love it. Absolutely. You are an absolute joy, and there's a reason why you are where you are and have done what you're doing. Congratulations on what you're doing. We're going to shoot away for commercial here in just a second. And I want to thank you so much. And I know I speak for everybody else. We'd like to learn more from you. So let's break to commercial. We'll be right back. You're welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Listen, this has been an unbelievable day. I hope it has been for you as well. And I can see by the comments it has, because it looks like almost 100% of you that started are still with us today. And we have come to that place right now where we are not going to end this. We are going to, come up with me for, okay. Well, it came up with me. I'm actually reading something else that came up here. So here's what I'm going to do. Michael, are you coming on?
Hey, how you doing? I'm going to let you do just a sort of a wrap, like a 5-minute, give them just so much juice, and then I'll come back and do just the goodbye with you.
Okay. All right. So a couple things. Here's what I want to say. What you have learned here today is what you've learned. Do something with it. And the do things are, I always say this, that life is not, the spoils in life do not go to those who want and wish and learn and hope and desire. The spoils in life go to those who do something about it. It's not willpower, it's not motivation, it's the do power. And so a couple things that we've learned here today. And the things that were the simplest things were things like Malcolm said, do your daily routine. In the morning, just do your gratefulness. Do the things like Jim Kwik said. Do anything and everything. You can go back and listen to all these. I hope you took notes as well. But I want to kind of dovetail on something that Skylar said, which, by the way, unbelievable panel. It was a great panel, Michael. It was awesome. And Skylar said something, and I want to leave you guys with this, and that is this, that she used the word regardless. And the way she put it was beautiful, and I want to add to that in this. Regardless of what you think, regardless of what other people think, regardless of what's happening out there in the world, regardless of anything at all, give yourself permission to be wealthy, healthy, happy, and financially abundant. And you do that through process. And I'm going to bear a little bit of my soul to you. And one of the things that I say every single morning, and I encourage you, you don't have to use mine, use something of your own, make something of your own up. But I say every single morning, I, Joseph McClendon III, give myself permission to receive new amounts of health, wealth, happiness, joy, passion, love, intimacy, financial abundance, and healing. And I grant my angels permission to bring to me surprises and miracles to remind me that I'm worthy of great amounts of health, wealth, happiness, joy, passion, love, intimacy, and financial abundance and healing in my life. And I say those things to myself, and guess who believes that stuff? Me. And therefore, when you do that, when you have some sort of conversation with yourself, remember what Jim Kwik said, that the mind is always listening in on the words that you say. So choose the words that are the best for you. Now, we've created something. Michael's going to tell you a little bit more about it as well. The last thing I want to say to you, and I'm going to turn it back over to Michael, is this, is I always call this SPI, stay plugged in. What does that mean? That whether it is something like this, which I hope it is for you, that you've gotten a lot of value out of, and you're going to see so much more. Stay plugged in to a community of people that are like-minded people, that are going further faster, that are going forward, that are helping other people, that are making a difference in other people's lives as well. Because the world is out there full of a lot of people that, you might think that I'm going to say that are the antithesis of that are, going the other direction. That's not what I'm going to say. The world is out there full of a ton of people that need you. A ton of people that want the kind of person that you are even in this moment right now. There are 1,000 of us on this call now, maybe more. That's just the number I saw. 1,000 people. And in terms of making a difference in people's lives, if you go out there just with your energy alone, you don't have to do what I do or Michael does or any of the panelists and anybody that was here. You don't have to do what we do, but be wealthy. And just by being that, and sharing that and telling people, you can go away and just, here's what I learned today. Just, practice this, do that. What you're doing is you're making a difference. Those of us that dare to dream while the rest of the world is having a nightmare, we're not only going to create the abundance that we want for ourselves and our families and things like that, we're also going to be shining examples for other people to do so as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael and we're going to say goodbye. This has been just an unbelievable treat for me. I thank you so much for the gift of your time, the gift of your trust. And I encourage you, obviously, go out there and spread the news as well.
It's been such a great day, and we brought to the stage too Ava, who is our editor in chief, and what a great day. Joseph, it started out with a bang, as we say, right? And it never stopped. It literally was just it's an amazing group of thought leaders that have seen things in a different perspective. I mean, look at Dr. Rebecca, right? She was the chairman of neuroscience at Johns Hopkins, and now she's on the road every day in a new country for UNICEF and World Bank and for her own vision. But and everybody who's seen it from a different way, it's just been a great day. Ava, any last comments before we let this thing go?
Well, what I have to say is what a treat, Joseph McClendon, bringing in the guests that you have brought today to the global community of the Los Angeles Tribune. This is of excellent teaching. Sorry, I'm going to ask someone's mute, maybe for a while, yeah, thank you. We just have an echo. But, these kinds of teachings normally don't reach third world countries. And through the global broadcast of the Los Angeles Tribune, we're seeing on the chat, we've got people, watching from Bangladesh, from Philippines, from different parts of the world. And so, Joseph, thank you. What a gift, what a treat. And I am excited for what you and Michael are creating together, because this isn't the end. This is just the beginning. And so I'm looking forward to hear what you two are creating that we look forward to, because I know brain function, neuro encoding is life-changing. And so I'm excited for all of our audience that will get to hear what you two are offering and what you two are doing together.
Yeah. And, thank you so much again, Ava. It's just, it has been amazing, isn't it, that the people around the world can get this message. Joseph, from myself and Ava and Mo Rock at the Los Angeles Tribune and Alicia, and let's say Daniel Russo, thank you for running the board and keeping us in line and texting me every time saying, you better get back, and doing all those things that are necessary. And all of you will get to know him much more, and the team worldwide, and Karen Hall with the copy on the site, and on, and Mary Glorfield. The reason we're all here. Yeah, the reason we're all here, who was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years, but Mary Glorfield, who's still the thought leader today that she ever was, and keeps us all in a direction moving forward. We thank everybody from the Tribune, from the world, and it's just been a great day. For those of you, take notes, take action. Joseph, one last thing you want to say before we go? You're on mute.
Oh, no, I'm not. Yes, the last thing I want to say, outside of thank you, everybody that you mentioned, and thank you, Michael, and thank you, Mary, is that life is always, always, always exactly what you dare to make it. And fortune favors the bold. So the trick to life is to continually boldly step up and dare to make your life magnificent. I love you, and I will see you at the top. Stay plugged in.
All right. We're going to go to commercial. Thank you all for being on the stream. Keep watching it. Keep learning it. From myself, Mo, and Ava, and everybody here, we'll have a great day. Bye, everybody. Bye, everybody.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.